So how many copyrights and trademarks can we violate in a single game session?
I only got the one for the Magi from the Assassin's Creed one for the last video, but like I said, I'm not worried
One!
That's the most...
2 sentences?
That was the most,
one!
That was the most prominent one they got.
One.
Oh, so somebody actually said something about it, or
No,
what were you
YouTube
saying?
has this weird, like... You've got an algorithm
Oh, is that right?
for sound and all that. So.
Okay. Okay.
But I guess we should make note to everyone here, since we stopped recording for that, we got that cape of mini objects, and it had an assload of stuff.
Yes, the Cape of Many Asses had lots
cape
of stuff.
Mini asses. Yeah, pretty accurate. And then it had 300 gold, a pair of mastiffs, battering ram. I mean, let's see here.
Who needs mastiffs when you can speak to someone's dog?
2 dagger patches, 2 bowl something.
Sorry, please excuse me.
2 10-foot poles. I just thought about giving it to Mark. Stefano after we remove the gold and separate it. It was 75 gold per each of us.
Who's the one who gave me that like staff thingy?
Staff thingy?
Yeah, the collapsing.
Oh, me. That was for me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give that back to you because I have a quarter staff.
Oh, okay.
But
well, the neat thing about that is it'll spread out to 10 foot and then back down to 1, so it's easily put ported.
So yeah, give me.
Can't really beat this with them.
No.
I'd say that we remove the 300 gold.
Sure.
And the 4 potions of healing and spread them out amongst each other.
I am not opposed.
And I'd say give this to Stefanico the king captain to it so he can have those. He's going to be the one who's most mobile in our team. We got Spectral Revivify, which I wouldn't have any freaking clue. I'd probably go to you because you will have it. Out of all of us, you're going to have the idea of spells.
What?
So how many gold a piece is that?
75. It's 300 gold, so 75 each.
You're gonna hand me 75 gold? Seriously?
I have no idea about my character wouldn't have an idea.
I don't know if we voted on this in the democracy or if the ruler of the democracy actually laid out these. And who are you people? I mean, seriously, who are you people that were sitting down around a couple of dwarves who were enslavers and saying, "Hey, here's all of our stuff." We just. I'm heading west. I don't know about.
We're headed to the dwarf city. Remember, we're trying to look for your buddies.
Dwarves are taking.
Yeah, dwarves are taking. Yes.
Where's that goblin, by the way? Is he in chains along with us?
Yeah. They're all
They
dead.
killed the goblin?
Oh, they killed one.
I thought they chained the one up.
The leader,
Yeah. Orc. I'm sorry, he was an orc. Please excuse me.
Yeah, here's your sex.
Okay, he's an orc. Please excuse me.
So what's in this kit?
Let's see. Well, here's the full list. The spell scroll probably need to go Jason so he'll have an idea. Because again, to me, I don't have a clue.
Power.
Yeah.
Unlimited power.
Patches. 2 dagger patches.
unlimited cloud flow.
2 bull something. I can't remember what they were. Bull something. I didn't get a chance to finish it. 2, possibly. Red lantern. 2 steel mirror.
Oh, we have mirrors?
That's the roll many things we're roll for it.
I would like a mirror.
You know,
May I?
if you,
Yes.
yeah.
Spoils!
Gentlemen, what is with all these pets? Why does it have a mirror? What the hell? I'm not asking.
May I have a mirror?
It's a small mirror.
Meyer, have all the fun you want with it. Okay, this one looks like it has dogs on it. Let's see.
Are we out in the sun?
No, we're in the cave. We're on. Yeah,
walking
so
along with the dwarves.
Can't have fun with the mirror yet.
2 steel mirror, 2 10-foot bowl, 2 hem rope two hem ropes, 2
Hempen
sacks.
ropes.
I'm not sure. Maybe I didn't write that all down. 2 sacks of something. 2 sacks. Spell scroll, fireball.
That should go to him.
That's what goes to him. But again, I'm
Don't get any ideas.
Increase in power.
patch of mastiffs. Summons 2 mastiffs. Portable ram.
Well, obviously there are things that need to stay on the thing.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not opposed to taking money off of it.
Yeah. Or the healing potions. So
And I'm not opposed to that either.
There's the 3 bag, 100 gold, which is 300 gold total. The portable ram.
You've all seen this one. I'm gonna get more comfortable.
Gotcha. Riding horse with saddlebags.
A riding horse
With saddle. a wooden ladder 20 foot tall. Yeah,
All right, now again, if we pull off a riding horse with saddlebags, it's essentially a thing forever, or is this a duration? It's a thing forever, right?
Same with Mastiff with the whole dogs, isn't it?
They're dogs forever.
Not loyal to you.
Yeah.
They're dogs. Okay, no trouble.
Oh, that's
a
good.
second 20 foot ladder. The window, the vertical window. 2 feet.
Oh yeah, what was the window? You like set it on a wall and it sees in it.
And 2 feet.
That
It
is an
becomes
awesome
2
thing.
feet deep.
That is an incredibly awesome thing.
A rowboat. Rowboat.
No, I want a robot.
Go to last campaign.
And my grandson wants the sex one.
A pit, 20-foot cube, put that into on the ground, so a pit hole basically, and a spell scroll revivify, which again would go to Meyer because he's going to have any understanding.
Yes, the power.
I'd say it'd probably be Meyer since he has an idea of magic. He'd be able to get a grasp of what he's looking at because you'd have scrolls and an understanding of them. What? You're the one with the scroll case.
The microphone is picking up my absent look.
He's looking very absent.
Thank you, player across from me.
Shall remain unnamed.
So these just make bags of gold, okay?
Isn't magic wonderful? You know magic. You know
No,
well.
this
You
is
are
beautiful.
obviously from a continent where they have magic. You have it wrapped up in this idea of science. That's wonderful.
Once we get to the
It's
dwarf
wonderful.
village,
You read scrolls like schematics.
oh god. Once we get to this place, I'll have to try to figure out how to explain this better.
That's pretty much how you would read it. So you can use scrolls.
Well, I'd have like an understanding of magic, though, wouldn't I? Really?
He would just have to repeat the
I
phrases.
think
Yeah.
you're
More or
you're
less
looking
D&D.
at it along the line of this is D&D is the exact right way to look at it. it's perfect. I'm stuck in the land of Gygax. What happened
There's a
to
couple
me?
different ways you can do an artificer with this. You can see it as like a schematic of, hey, this is what I need to do this.
Well, as an artificer of this world, it's more of them an artificer from a completely different.
I just don't want you limiting yourself.
I know, but that's the thing. As I was talking more about, it's about learning. As I learn, I'll get an idea to be able to use these things. But as of right now, this is all alien to me.
Now that's something that I have to check myself about. I've already put myself into Meyer more than he should be aware, and I have to keep track of that real good. I have lived in an oasis my entire life. I don't know what the hell a giant is. I don't know what the hell a dragon
I
is.
do.
But the guy
I don't know what
would've-
any of this crap is.
But the guy would have. I'm sure these stories he tells of these things. I'm sure.
Yes, but what is it? It's a word.
Yeah,
It's a word
have
that-
a visual
It's a
concept.
yes. That's
Yeah.
precisely it.
Yeah.
A giant. What the hell is that? That literally means nothing to me beyond as a word.
But
I've
you've
heard that
seen-
word
you've-
before.
You've
you know,
seen more, so that's how you because they came.
No, that's exactly right. I have seen various humanoids, but outside of that, I have seen
Which is
nothing.
well, this is exactly why
And I
I'm-
only received an education in the last year of my
well,
life.
well, basically it's
So
hard for me
I
to-
know nothing. And I gotta remember to keep that in mind.
Well,
I
that's
am.
like me trying to explain what the difference between science, technology, and magic is. That's a hard thing for me to associate because it's.
There's no difference. I don't know what he's talking about. There is no magic.
Well, I think when we get the dwarf
That's
scale,
technology.
It was science.
yeah. Well, when we get, apparently the dwarves are definitely very technologically advanced. I mean, they showed it when they were climbing up the thing. I point to this and say this is the idea, concept of technology, which we'll get once. I'm sure once we get to the dwarf city, I'll be able to put this into better phrasing because my stuff's so advanced, it looks like magic to you.
Oh, sure. Because we're from the Dark Ages and you're from the year 2500, and so us, peon little nothings and our tiny little archaic brains can't wrap yourselves around your technology and your science and
I think it's more this
and your advancement from the wheel and blah 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 blah.
Well, again, we get versus a place that they're had to use science
Who
because you have
put
magic.
the idea of the wheel inside the caveman's mind? Maestra did.
Maybe for your plans.
For our planet, it was gone.
Ah, we forgot about him a long time ago. We gotta erase all of that. It was the spark of evolution.
He never came around.
So you guys are walking and traveling with these dwarves for about 6 hours before we get to
Yikes.
this. So, any conversations you
Yes.
had with them?
How exactly? Tell me, friends. Exactly how did these gentlemen come across us? Did you meet them in the cave? Because we and Stefanico were up in the. I couldn't hear what was going on. So did they just?
I announced my presence to them after I had taken the illusionary form of a stalactite in the cave. Stalagmite, sorry, basement mite. Ceiling tight. Okay, and I announced myself to them and that they should return my friends, who my family, who was taken from me so long ago, and they seemed confused and unintimidated by my presence, and I did cry some, but it's okay. It's okay.
Did good, Maya.
Yeah, we don't know what he's talking about.
I'm assuming there's your people.
They do know what I'm talking
Do your
about.
people have a group that travels outside of your area for resources?
Indeed, that's part of what we do.
Chances are he might have met another group of yours. He from what I understand, he has a sheltered life, so he doesn't understand the difference between one group and another.
Not all dwarves look the same.
Right now, my
Not all
mind's
elves
blown.
are the same.
Right now, the fact that there are dwarves is blowing my mind right now. There is.
What about elves?
That's not helping either.
But you are all
I haven't seen
dwarves,
one of
right?
those.
Yes, don't remind me. I'm absorbing all
Have you
this.
seen one of those?
That's Albu.
Why is there fez on this? Why are there fez on this floor?
That I am not a goblin.
Yes, he's
I am.
He's made it very clear he is
Okay,
a
okay.
Verdan.
Oh, okay. See, Mr. Science across the way there has got this figured out. I am a Verdin. You must be of age. You must be of age, you dwarf thing, you, that and would know that years ago the Verdin popped into existence. And I popped in along with my family at the Oasis.
Well, this raises the question that are dwarves formed by creating by stone, or are they birthed, or back in my
what
world.
I heard-
Women back.
From what I heard, they were
Beards.
created from stone. From what I heard, they were created from stone.
There's a lot of different lore myths about dwarves and how they're created, and it's never been, but we didn't really have them. They were more just fantasy. The fact that there actually exists is just overwhelming.
I find it underwhelming.
I was just really happy to find any. We were just hoping to find any other human-based life forms out there, and now I'm finding.
Strange that the Walu tribe changed the names of goblins to Verdan.
What is a Wabaloo tribe?
Wait. Is there a tribe of Verdin named Wabaloo? You know the difference between a goblin. You just saw some. I'm different from them, correct?
Not really.
Oh.
Yes.
He's smoother.
Yes. See, he's hitting on it right there. I do not have the horrible mottled stink, and I don't have the pointy, gnarled
His color's
teeth, and I don't have I don't have nearly the pointedness and the rough edgedness
Or the
and
violence.
terrible disposition.
Yeah, exactly. The violence. He hasn't hit me with a boulder yet.
Except towards some.
He did mainly cry when he saw you.
It was a tear or two.
Okay, so again, the point is,
Just
You
one,
missed out on the show.
how come did you come across our group? Do you hear all the fighting, or what exactly happened?
Oh, they were just coming down the way, farther ahead than we had got.
Something going on, but the tunnels anyways, searching for goblins.
Got you. We appreciate your assistance, and sorry for all this mess.
You see, this tunnel where we're heading leads off to one of the main roads outside Montour.
I'll need to get an idea of the map, or any kind of map for this world. And again, I will probably explain all that to your leaders. Is there a chance when we get there I can meet with anyone who is in command of your people, representative?
You could probably speak to a captain, but
No lord, or how? I guess in this case, would you have a king down here?
we have many leaders back in Brunport.
Sounds like a democracy.
Yes.
Many
actually,
leaders who vote on issues?
Indeed.
A good lord, there is a
Just
democracy.
Just to let you know, that guy's been influencing him. I have nothing to do
We
with
got
it.
us sent to Runadon, so we have representatives from each of the major cities.
Democracy has
There's
formed
major cities?
without.
What is he talking?
I had
You
this.
ever seen a city before?
I've only seen palm trees, a spring, and a house.
Imagine a place with a
Well,
lot of sparkling.
It was actually a lot more than that, really, but that's kind of simplifying it.
But the keeper of the Darkhold is the true leader, I would say.
Is there a chance, as a representative from a new group of people, to meet them to at least offer my thanks for your
Maybe if you sweet talk the captain, but I can't guarantee anything.
I appreciate it.
Is he referring to us as a group? Or are you referring to you as a group?
I'm referring to us because we are in this together at the moment.
I mean, if you listen to him talk to himself, I think there's more than one of them in there.
That
Alright.
would solve it. The magic of multiple personalities.
I feel your pain. I've met their kind before and they are annoying.
-3.
I want to be observing the walls and floors for anything I might be able to over.
Okay, make an investigation check.
I'm currently being taken to the dwarf kingdom.
I do not have
I'll have to
my-
verify what differences there are between these dwarves and others.
16.
With my current group of Maya that are down.
A little ways down the
Boss.
way by a couple
The Verdan.
houses. You would
That's
notice
correct.
in one of the walls is a rough.
I am the Verdan of the Oasis.
Take some effort to get out, but
And
you try.
Stefano will get a Heron.
How far ahead are the dwarves? Like, would they know this thing? I'd have to be
Just
super stealth.
just keep me. I'll keep you updated.
They are keeping a good like 10 feet away from you guys. You just let them go forward a little bit more.
I'll do that. I'll try.
I'll probably be making sure to be right behind. Again, I have no reason to. So I'll probably be slowly, probably letting stuff on until as we progress.
Do I need to go sleight of hand, stealth?
This is a strength check to just break it out of the wall more or less.
Okay.
It's not going to be able to really do it stealthily.
Are we handcuffed or anything?
You helped them so far. So.
18.
So you write down, you got a rough gem.
That look on
But
Discord.
one of the dwarves in the back
You know
will
the
turn
movie
around.
Up?
Or just a
Let's
second.
go on back
Discord?
there.
Yeah.
Give me a moment, please.
I
I don't have it up yet.
pictures.
Give me a minute.
Well,
I have some pictures.
I'm going to look around the area while we're doing this. Careful back there, Veronica. We don't know if there's any more traps with these golem creatures or anything else. Perception.
How much light is down in
Oh god, it's got
Right, like that.
fifth of the. Oh, yeah, 50 perception, but probably have disadvantage
Which
of
one
the
are you
darkness.
looking
on
at?
mine.
The Obama and
They don't
Thanos.
have torches or anything.
Obanos. Obanos equals raw.
Yeah, I got 2 10s, so 15 regardless. I notice anything odd or scares
Kinda does.
anything.
I mean, you notice him.
Well, it's like a reason to live.
Whatever.
What are you looking at?
Free market at this point.
Well, just keep your eyes out. Those of you can see.
Yeah, I'm not doing too well back.
I can see very well. Thank you very much.
I can see well too.
Just tell me if there are holes ahead. I'm not doing too well here.
So, do you need a torch or a lantern?
I probably need something because I have no ability. I have no
actually
dark
think
vision.
I have a torch on
Do
here.
you have light?
I don't know.
Cantrip or anything?
I probably have it part of my suit and my little arm. Not as in my inventory, because again, my was bare minimum. Because most of it was stuff I transferred to gold, so I could have money for the pieces I don't need for being command tower armor.
I probably don't have dark vision or anything like that, do I? So I would need a lantern.
You don't have
I've
dark
got
vision
one.
either?
If you have like an adventurer's kit or anything like that, you like flat torches.
I've got an engineer's pack. I believe that's got one.
Yeah, I've got the thieves kit, which has torches and stuff like that.
Okay.
I have a healer's kit.
Me bring up my D&D honest.
You will see that the dwarves all do have a single torch, but it's either.
Dungeoneering pack. I got the engineering pack.
Yeah, that should have torches.
Okay. So basically, whatever how you want to technologically advance. Yeah, batteries.
Yeah, some batteries.
Yeah, I basically have a battery, like one of those lantern torches.
A flashlight.
Sure, it's not LED.
Well, it's one that you pull out and it aims like an actual lantern, kind of like that.
I think right.
Oh, that's the whole point. Let's see the image
I
here.
agree if you're busy over
There we go.
Thanks, Pinterest.
Just please keep me updated. There's holes ahead of us.
I haven't slept for days.
Any more conversational things?
It's true about those. They are horrible.
I asked my question, and they gave me the best answer they could, and I was worried about.
I do have questions. I was merely walking through the desert on my way west, and we were taken, just taken by drow, right?
Is that what they're called? Or
You alone?
Yeah, they're called drow.
Of course I was alone.
Well, there you go.
They're not nice guys.
What?
Never
No,
traveled
they are
alone in
not.
the desert.
I've met
I
some
didn't
drow.
have much of a choice.
Why?
It's dangerous.
But I am just a person. And why would being alone have anything to do with me being souped up by these drow?
I was alone too.
I was minding my business.
Doesn't really matter to them.
I was minding my business, going around making peace
I don't
with the
understand.
wildlife, and I just got knocked out.
I don't understand, and I am frustrated by that. Because what were they going to do then? Take us to your town?
Probably if they were drow, take you to the fort and then eventually ship you off to the orcs.
To the
Orcs.
orcs?
I'm assuming there's like a pact with them for trading in slaves
Hey,
and stuff like that.
Hey,
Indeed.
Right.
Which that's where most of the slaves do go is to the orcs.
What's the matter with
Trade us
orcs?
gems in exchange.
I guess the question is, so that you have a very heavy slave-based economy in this world. On this
Basically
continent.
on this continent, it's pretty new.
well then I now have a question. Because you have a dwarf or a orc in chains, right? Well, are you taking him to be a slave?
Big question first, but probably in the long run.
But if the orcs buy the slaves, why wouldn't you set him free so that he can buy slaves?
Does he look like he has any money?
I don't know. I didn't check his pockets.
I do have a bunch of gems that I found.
Well, also, I mean, the fact is that he's attacking innocent people, I'm assuming. Disturbing trade.
We never even asked what they were doing here. Do you know that?
I was too
They
busy-
stumbled into our bell, and then we went after them, and then they trapped us.
I went
Now,
to ask them a
I
question, got a
I
rocket
was
in
not
my head.
happy about that. And so, seeing as how your lives were more in peril than mine, I helped eliminate them,
In fact, he was.
and then stood my ground to these dwarves. These dwarves.
I was just trying to ask them questions, and they dropped a net on me, then proceeded to hit me with boulders. So I didn't have much of that.
I
I
understand.
also had the net land
But
on me, but
I will
got
say-
out.
For our reaction might have been poor.
Very poor.
Well,
They
we're
started
gonna
to stab my wolf, and I went to kill them.
I'm gonna disagree with you. Have you ever seen what a goblin and an orc will do or Haragon did?
Eat them.
No, I've never been in the world to know that.
It's not a very nice thing.
Let me guess, they eat them.
Amongst other things, yes.
Oh,
I
good
knew
God. Oh, good God, I'm worried about the other things now.
Because you are
I'm
literally
very
what I
sorry,
called you.
Stefano.
A rabbit.
That you've had things happen.
I'm not a rabbit.
That he's a
Haragon.
heron.
He's a Haragon.
I've seen your race before, and they are troublemakers.
Well, then just provoke me.
So, does that mean poke you with a stick?
How did you all? You know what?
I just
this
asked,
long.
but I will not do such a thing.
Please don't.
Okay.
He might beat you up.
Oh boy.
And open up some of my rations.
I would just like to say, again, so that everybody
What
understands,
the world is going on?
everyone understand, I am not a goblin.
Yes, you are that.
I am green, yes. I'm not a goblin.
We'll take your word for it.
I believe you.
I
I know
appreciate
what goblins look like. I stay away from them because they are idiots.
Aren't orcs also green? I mean, they're the complete difference.
Green, gray, you know.
I mean, there could be multiple races be green.
Which all the goblins you guys encountered down here are gray.
Does that mean anything?
They're like 30 years.
Yeah, they roll in soot before they attacked us. Oh!
They have to be showers down here. Oh, look at dribble of water. I like that.
Okay, so let me go over something real quick. I now have a small mirror, which you told me to have fun with. Thank you for saying that.
So you get some light in it.
Eventually, we'll be outside in the desert, Rushes. Okay, a scroll of revivify, correct?
Yeah, scroll of fireball
and revivify, and a scroll
a
of
potion of healing
fireball,
and 75 gold.
and a
We'll study this up once we actually get to the town.
of healing. Is this any kind of a magnitude of healing? Minor healing, regular healing, major healing? Any?
Just potion
The
of
potions
healing.
of healing?
Just regular, so it's the 2d4 plus 2.
No, are we doing the max or no? We're doing max.
Yeah,
aren't we?
yeah, sorry.
So it's 10? It's a 10. Okay. 10, thank you. And 75 gold pieces. That is currently... I am obscenely wealthy, according to me now. I am obscenely, ridiculously,
How much would the
Insanely
punch of
wealthy.
Kept our gold
Not sure.
after being enslaved?
Well, we got all our
Your stuff.
stuff
Oh,
back.
okay.
So most of my
That's
stuff,
cool.
like I said, I have very minimal stuff except for most Ethan allowed me for most of the junk and precious metals I had to that would add to gold. So I have what is considered.
So duranium alloy escape pod doesn't go very far in the magic world, huh?
So yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be able to carry half the crap with me.
Tell me if it's radioactive, Dave. I wanna...
Never to
No,
me.
the guy
When
looking.
you large amounts of radiation.
That's just how it happened after our climate collapsed in 2024.
So does that mean your hair will fall off in one chunk?
No, that's why my
Is it?
He doesn't even have parents.
this is what the radiation did to my hair. It just made it just keep growing and mutate to its own life form.
My
This gigantic bright rip.
I am obscenely wealthy.
Well, again, with the money I had before, when I was just trading everything in, I have almost 200 gold. But again, I was saving that to get the pieces to make the adamantine armor for my artificer, which it's going to either it's probably going to be all gone by the time I get to buy it, because it was like almost 200 gold.
Okay. All right.
Oh, it's,
Someone messing with you?
No.
Oh, your backpack. Okay.
because I can eke out a better deal. But like I said, I'm not trying to buy the armor, I'm buying the pieces to repair mine. So.
You have the adamantine gear you need. You
Yes,
just need
that might
plate.
powder fire. Powder
You just need
jams.
plate in order to make it, because you've got like all the adamantine and stuff from your shipwreck and all that
Yeah.
you need.
I mean, my armor just until I can make it. I just didn't have the money to.
The only other point that I would like to make along this path is if this winds and goes anywhere, I'm gonna make some chalk drawing on the wall that would show our path. if we ever chose to use this place again, then we would know which way to go back to those 5 holes. And
Where's
beyond
our
that,
gear? Didn't we leave all of our gear back at camp?
No. We went down. Our camp was in the hole. Remember?
yeah, all we did was rest and put up the string.
Yeah.
And campfire, I think. We did a campfire.
Yeah, and we put it out to the goblin showed up, so we went to chase it after him.
Okay. So I'll make note of that, and then if there's anything that I can do to try to at least track a path on my with my crayons and my parchment, I will attempt to do so.
But yeah, we have 2 sets of gems from the couple. Those stuff we have.
Well, some people have gems, but they didn't mention it.
Yeah.
Well, you guys seem to be busily just going.
Occasionally sitting down, taking up the 5 of them. Whee!
The half plate, the great axe half plate armor, which I could probably use the half.
Oh, I got my little bag of gems somewhere too. I forgot. That's right.
I'd probably use the half plate armor to try to make a deal to try to get pieces from me, and the great axe since none of us can really use it. No.
It's as big as I am.
Yeah.
It's probably twice as heavy.
And I don't use that kind of stuff, so it's not useful to me.
All right. So last point on here. Sorry, last point on here. You have all that stuff written down, right?
Yeah, for the
Okay. Because I have what you have handed over to Meyer.
Yeah.
The fun mirror and stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
Fun mirror.
I have a separate thing just for that, so I can keep track of all that.
The travel room for roughly 6 hours. I think it's time to start looking for a place to make rest.
Don't mind if I do. I need to meditate for around 4 or 6 hours.
You can use some.
I suppose so.
Make sure to close that up with butter sprinkles.
I know. I'm gonna.
Alright. The engineering character like a camping thing like that. It activates a little inner tube that it turns into a little bit. I love technology.
Dwarves.
Zip. Zip. Good night.
How did you do that?
It's Tender's transforming tent. Magic.
I'm not listening to this anymore.
It's magic. He says technology. Did you see?
Magic.
I think he must have gotten hit on the head.
Oh, I took a lot of hits when I crashed. That's for sure.
Alright, let's talk about something to cross over here.
On it, I just bolt across it.
I don't think you want to get past them. I don't think they're going to let you. I'd probably be annoyed if the head of Taco goes since he slither back behind to get some grims.
Stefanico, did you grab something out of the wall before?
What? What are you talking about?
What wall?
It's
What?
okay.
Huh?
I mean,
What?
if you found something,
What's going on?
it's fine.
I thought there was something interesting there. I just thought I'd take a look at it.
You just see my hand go into my pocket.
I've been loosely making a map as we go.
Do you need to be carried so you can focus on making the map?
Carry?
You put one right on my shoulder so you can focus on making your map.
Yeah, how tall are you?
Man.
I'm like 3 foot.
Yeah, to me it has to be pretty difficult to be pulling out paperwork, trying to draw and walking.
No. I've got my scroll case. It's very precious to me. So
Yeah, it is.
I'm
We
not
were
very-
crying earlier about it.
There seems to be a horse on this case. You need that.
Not
3 foot 4. 3 foot 4.
I'm not going to clean up the mess.
No. I
I feel bad you're trying to make a map while you're trying to actually walk and
It is merely the idea of trying to make minor notation as we go to relative direction, and that I'm also making a little mark on the wall so that if we were to ever come through this cave again, we'd know our way back to those spiders' holes.
That's a good point. It's like a very good small plan.
dwarves are making their way across.
I'll wait for the last one to go across, and I just vault onto
Is there
it.
anything that looks like it can latch like a grapple, something to grapple onto?
There's a stalagmite right there.
I'll use my thorn whip to latch onto it to give me some advantage while I'm crossing.
Who's going first?
I'll go.
I'll go second.
I'm gonna look down that hole.
Yeah, that's what I was
That
thinking.
hallway. Or sorry, it's the hallway first.
Roll
Looks
with
like
it.
it goes up about 8 feet. And continues.
Roll with advantage.
Last time we got a bunch of traps and rocks thrown on us.
Look up above you
Should
to see
we
if
look real
anything.
quick?
No, I think we'll just follow everybody else.
All right.
I got a. And what would it be? Saving throw.
I see my dad has learned a lot from you, Ethan.
Flat 17. I don't have any dexterity.
17.
What?
What are you doing?
Is there a stalactite on their side?
Over here.
That one is behind also. I whip it and said they can use that.
That's a little far.
30 feet.
So what is that, like a stone bridge?
That's there.
I'll go up one more foot.
It looks to be some kind of ruins or something that's been placed there, perhaps.
So it's like a pit. There's a hole though.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
your wolf
I'll
friend
go one step
require
forward
help.
with the
Mm.
and make it so they have like a rope to go across the wall so they can
He's
Okay.
gone through slippery rocks and his paw pads have adjusted to anything.
Well, I just know that he had some trouble going up. I didn't know if he'd have trouble going across.
Kind of like that scene from Crawl.
That was my
Fire
fault, you know.
priest.
Okay.
You really need to learn this better.
For anyone who watched that.
I go across.
Make it dexterity saving.
Will they get advantage for using
Or
one with
die.
Yes.
Make, you have advantage for all of you.
Dexterity.
Let's hope you guys aren't heavier than you look.
I'm not. I'm like 105, I think.
I'm
Oh, I'm
75
110.
gold pieces heavier and a small mirror. Probably should carry it above my head to set off the center of
21.
gravity real bad.
Oh, yeah, what about your dog?
Does he have the same?
No, he's not gonna. He's gonna grab the vine or the whip. I mean, basically what it is, so you guys can shimmy across the line to make sure you're stable.
How about I just walk with him? I could do that.
Is the dexterity for my wolf my dexterity?
You have his own dexterity.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the end of the way.
What was his?
Oh, come on. He'll have cat-like reflexes like in Looney Tunes. Ah, eat.
And then a spider comes out. Yeah, Family Guy kind of thing where it's just.
What would his dexterity be?
It should have his own stats that you have to do something.
Remember his stats? You wrote them all down, I thought. You tried it all down.
His attack stats.
What are you looking for? Oh.
Dexterity. 14. For my thing.
It's right there.
Oh, okay. Good. I can bear to lose him. I've known him since he was a little puppy. He's done me something.
Like I said, there's a rope you guys have advantage with, so. If you decide to go across.
Oh, I don't have any problem. What do I have to be afraid of? Nothing out here in the natural world wants to take me out, or enslave me, or anything like that.
Dexterity check with advantage.
Saving.
Well, if the goblins on their council, I mean, at least they'd have some safety.
19.
Not a problem.
Dex save, I'm sorry.
Yeah, with advantage.
I have the best
15.
dexterity.
Take the lower.
What?
As you begin to cross, one of the dwarves does and Fix it.
12 would be at disadvantage.
Do I notice them do that on purpose?
Make an insight.
'Cause I'm gonna be a little pissed off if I did.
Do I notice that?
Make an insight.
Do I notice that?
We're all gonna know.
Not with advantage.
Gonna
Sorry.
notice.
I ain't gonna notice.
Oh, I didn't notice anything.
Said insight.
I got 11.
I got an 8.
10.
It seems like he just tripped.
I won't blow, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I made it.
Seems very suspicious. Why would he kick it?
Wait.
You would have had disadvantage. He didn't have his vine out.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. Okay. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah.
That's why I put it out, because just on the off chance. But I thought about that.
Hey, kitty cat.
Hey. No.
I like donuts.
Alright, I say we check out this way. Unless you guys want to keep moving forward, you guys.
Which way? Where did you guys come from?
We usually go out the.
Just thought of your route you're working on.
Yeah.
No, we can offer more assistance that'll help put us in better terms with them. It might get us some more items.
Sure.
The better terms,
We need to clear out some places to make that.
better terms we all, the less chance of anything
Is
going
this
wrong.
like an alcove here
Terms.
kind of deal with a raised?
Yeah.
Ico lives on the alcove.
I'll help us assist in setting up camp for her.
I go over to the alcove and vault onto it.
Make an athletics check.
Typical. I got it.
Facial.
Four.
You are starting to try to scramble up the side of it.
Yeah.
Okay. Side note. Elves are not graceful at all. Tolkien was blind.
I'm just.
Or are they stealthy?
I am stealthy.
That's really debatable at the moment. Because doggy halfway up. You don't know this about me.
Oh gosh, I don't want to be myself again.
So these dwarves are just going for whatever they're going for.
So we're not camping, okay? I'll follow them if this is where they're going.
I guess I'll also follow them because I'm.
Let's be
Oh.
Tell them to mind their step.
Stefanica.
We always
Maya,
mind.
be cautious. Something not right here.
No, I'm always cautious,
I bet you are.
especially when there's elves around.
I am a wolf.
A fine point.
I am friends with nature.
Yes, I've noticed how friendly you are with nature.
Shut
Well,
up.
this just happens to be a different nature. It's rocks and
I'll follow, but I
Yeah,
will
as
opposed
keep
to-
my eyes open.
woods and
Yes.
mushrooms and
Trees,
trees and
bushes,
bushes.
owlbears,
The lead
Dry
dwarf, he
ass,
hooks up a grappling
pixies,
hook, uses
sprites.
the slide right up there. He starts to climb up. So it's good enough to camp. I don't see any way other than except where we came.
I'll stay at front to keep watch.
Oh, alright.
I'll try and climb that alcove again so I can have. That dice was not nice to me, so I'm going to roll the other one. I'm going to try and climb the alcove again.
I'll use vine whip to try.
14.
Stalagmites.
Where'd you go?
Up to that alcove.
That will all
Oh.
go there.
How high up is it?
It's about 8 feet.
Oh.
I'm
So
2 feet.
if the wolf stands on my shoulders, it'll be able to get there.
Monaco, mine.
We're gonna have to get the spell levitate for you.
Well, let's see.
What's the temperature like down here?
It's a little chilly.
Hey, could you help me with my wolf? Last time, that did not go.
Which wolf keeps on a low ground?
Hey, I
Okay.
guess a thing for his wolf. Take out a over
Don't you dare. If you do that, I will eat you for supper.
there. Yeah, catch me first.
So are you keeping watch?
Yes.
You want me to feed your white fang at the fire?
Sure.
Awesome. That's great.
Don't kill him.
Why
If you
would
do,
I?
I'll kill
He's
you.
very nice.
I know. But
Do any of you want to go
I
up the
bet you do.
doors, or would you rather stay down here?
Well, if it's chilly down here, we probably should be around.
I say
a
in
fire.
White Fang's mind, come boy.
how are you doing that?
He just knows my presence well.
You're using magic, aren't you?
I look at you and concentrate hard, and into your mind pops, yes.
Oh crap. Oh crap.
Bing. Yes.
It took you that long? Good, then my mind is heavily protected. I can't.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Wow, I'm looking at the spells for the Rangers. 2nd level. I can get dark vision. I already have
Oh, it's a shame
I'll
you
go
only
ahead and
have
fly
dark
back to be
vision.
around the campfire.
What a shame.
You don't go up there.
that.
You can use my
no, there's more.
I use
There's
like I said, I have a
more.
vine
No,
whip,
I-
so if you guys climb up, if you want to use that.
Yeah, I can't learn meditate.
So if you want to head up there, do you want to head up there with them?
They left there.
Yes, but I'd like to take the
I
White
don't
Fang.
trust them.
Oust would like
I
to
will
stay
get you-
watch there. I don't have a problem with that. I would like to bring White Fang along. Is
Yeah,
that okay?
I don't have a problem with it.
How high up is it?
This one is about 12 feet up.
Perhaps we'll stay down here. So we have no more problems with ropes and dogs.
Be quiet.
I would
Wolf,
try, but
sorry,
I have a
sorry,
negative 8.
wolf.
I have an 8 strength, so I'm not the only with no big ass
Who, everyone raise your hand for the Strength 8 Club.
Oh, I have +0 for strength. And 10.
No, none of
I
us
have
are very
10 for-
physically strong. I have a feeling Ethan is going to take very hard advantage of them.
What happened already? Here's a
Net.
7-pound net.
I will not be stopped by a tiny net! I'm the first to capture net! That literally was the same. Oh, you're wrong. My popcorn comes back, slapping me in my face.
Oh, yeah. So, yes. White Fang and I will stay. Actually, we'll stay near Oust then. We'll stay near
Does
Oust. That'll be fun.
Can anybody know the spell levitate? Because I am not finding
I can get there eventually, but
What
it
level
wasn't.
is it?
Gosh, I want to say it's level
Would
2.
you-
I want to say it's level 2.
Would you two prefer to have me down here with you to help keep watch, or go up the doors and keep an eye on them?
Find the dwarf.
I think we'll be just fine. We have a wolf. We have an Oust. I think
Don't
we'll
call
be
me
fine.
that.
And they have me.
Yes, your role is the most reliable part of this here.
He literally.
Thank you.
No, trust me, you earned it. You have earned that more so than I can.
Dad,
I'll go up there with Marco.
you're a warlock.
That's
right?
not check.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a good well.
Remember.
This is
What?
the
The murder dead.
easiest I can make it.
No.
The much more the murder dead.
Oh Oh, yes. Yeah, no.
Natural 20. There you
You
go.
need to do that.
Hold it up.
Yeah, I don't think.
Oh, that's right. I have to retract. But I mean, it's 19 with -1, but there we go.
What you listening to?
Sasquatch Chronicles.
Oh. I think I'll just shove cichlids in my ears till I'm dead.
You see, they're kind of making their way over to the corner and starting to set up their bedrolls.
I will set up my inflatable.
Oh, bad high blesses you.
I love technology.
I'll lay out my bedroll close enough to fire that I feel it, but not right on top of it.
Yeah, I'm not staying. I'm
I
not.
would not trust them at all.
I'm still nervous about everything that's going on here.
Over your ears,
Yeah, as long as I can feel the fire.
they set it up like that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Our friend will keep you watching them.
But I will ease my dagger into my hand and kind of keep it calm, just in case. I'm a paranoid man.
Okay, I want to take a quick aside here. Has anybody still got damage on them? Has anybody still got a
I
couple
do.
points?
I think I still.
My wolf.
Now with our new rules and stuff like that, just got to spend hit dice and like that to recover until we take a really long, serious rest. So just right. Okay, so just watch what you're doing when you're.
I'm still pretty good.
I can get a nice long rest. I don't really lay on the ground. I just mess.
Oh, okay, but remember though, long rests are different now.
That's how much you roll.
Okay, because we got our new club rules this time around. The long rests and the short rests are different now.
That puts me back all the way up. Very good.
That could be close.
All the way up. All the way
A
up.
big 14.
And you need to make a perception check.
Both of them.
No, you
So cackles the king.
13.
11.
No.
I hate this world.
I don't think you can learn levitate.
I might not. But okay. Now here's the thing though. There are spells
Which one of us?
which I can
Probably
do,
not take as well.
and there's also ritual magic which I can get access to, which may allow for a utility spell like that. It depends, but it's possible.
Hey, and he gets a surprise round.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. A levitate.
Roper. Shit.
So again,
I know it's
it
around.
may not.
Dude, that's the whole wizard.
Okay, again, all spells can be accessible through different
Big one in the middle.
means.
Yeah. More what's behind
Okay.
Dwarf right now.
Well, that's the prisoner.
Ah, okay. Beat it to the whipper.
Who would know that the ones out there are
For the moment.
And it's 12 feet up.
Yeah.
Strength of 8. Have fun, everyone.
Yes, I have.
Oh, I'll get out my tambourine.
What's the break?
I thought you had
Oh,
maracas.
this is vision.
Well,
I thought you had maracas.
I do.
Oh, I
have
see.
that too.
What
Yeah,
they
we
I have
see in the
maracas
okay.
and tambourine.
First attack on the main dwarf there. Totally misses. No attack on that one.
What happened to you?
Miss.
About to find out.
Wait, that was advantage. First one. Second dwarf is dead.
And pulled into his doom.
Do
I should have took this Gygax course back in college! I took the Picard and Kirk classes, but I didn't take the Gygax.
The Hopper's out of the feed folio. I never studied that.
The Star Trek and the Star Wars, but never the Wizards of the Coast courses. I never expected I'd end up in a.
Grab by the leg and and then it just punches down on his leg. Oh.
Ooh.
I'm assuming this we are jarred awake by this.
Oh. And 2 more attacks.
Oh yeah, I'm closest to it, so I'm definitely hit.
Maybe 14.
Yeah, it just hits.
You get over.
Oh God! Not the hair!
You're grappled.
Oh goody! And I have 8 strength.
And
Opposed athletics checks. Ooh. Yeah.
And you're grappled. Shit.
We're not. You know, we're not doing well.
So can somebody insert the noise from the Herculoids of the thing that goes glorp or gleep or whatever those things
Yeah,
are?
Glorp and Leap.
Is that actually right?
Yes.
I was totally making that up. I don't even remember it.
Yeah, it's like Glorp and Gloop or Gloop or Gleep or something like that.
Is it gloop? Gloop and
Yeah, it's 2 of them.
Herculoids.
Gloop and Gleep.
Gloop and gleep.
Yeah,
Yeah, because don't they like go or just make some kind of weird Herculoid noise?
Yeah.
Initiative.
Let's see, is it
12.
initiative? Oh, I'm not going for a while.
A supremely good roll, I take it, by your
1.
laughter. Yes, supremely well.
Hey, anyone get between 20 and 15 or whatever?
Are we actually?
Yeah,
Should
you
we?
can hear this going on.
Okay, all right.
You're not sure if it's a dwarves attacking them?
I got 12.
18. Yes, insert kitten noise.
I'm trying to get my Gloop and Gleep, but I don't have any sound effects for them.
Surprising. It's only 40 years in the past.
Here's some of the stuff I
the
find.
rhino that shot fireballs out of its horn. That was
Yeah, and the monkeyish rock guy.
Oh god, I'm trying to remember what was their name.
Didn't they have
That like the dragon too that shot lightning out of its eyes.
yeah, some kind of a pterodactyl that
It was,
no, it was like a dragon.
yeah, it was
was
more of a dragon.
You get total.
it has been so long. It has been so long.
I loved that cartoon.
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
I did too, man.
That Captain Caveman.
Well, see, I watched about every cartoon.
Oh yeah.
That was that Herculoids I found on the USA Network way back in the day when they played a bunch of Hanna-Barbera stuff and Space Ghost, and that's where I remember those from. God, Space Ghost, God. Judas Priest.
Damn it.
Along with what was the Thundar? It was going at that
Thundar the
time as well.
Barbarian.
Uh-huh.
With his, well, just like Key Sword, basically.
Yeah, the Sun Sword.
Yeah.
Yep.
Area, Ookla, right!
Penis.
Oh, I'm sure. I got not worry about it.
Alright. First up is after Jason.
I can't.
Can you give me 1 second? I'm grabbing some tea.
Yep.
There we go. Oh, I want to fall. There it goes.
We're not in a great spot.
Don't worry. Roper's only dangerous if you're right next to it.
Where are we?
Nothing to worry here.
Right next to it.
worry.
That really the sound I wanted. That's the moving. Which...
Okay. Oh, I hear something over there, and I go running over to the wall and stop.
You look from a distance as you're walking.
I have.
Oh, their rope would still be there, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that was still there.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Then I climb.
you have dark vision, right? So you can see that.
I have incredible.
I'm assuming as you're coming up on the thing, you see me going back to the side.
I have what? 30.
Use it all.
I am there.
You can use your
My friends, I am here.
as your.
I would like to, but this is going to go poorly.
I do one way or another.
Let's try this one. So athletics. 12.
It takes half your movement to climb up, so you have another 15 minutes.
I'm here.
Oh, thank God, the only one just here. Oh, God.
Okay, so there's literally a stalagmite-looking creature grabbing my friends by tentacles and smashing them
You're so shit.
in, or pulling them in, or...
Pulling them in, and it's got a dwarf in its gaping maw.
Okay, is this hittable by spells?
Possibly.
Okay, well then I'm gonna move. If I have any movement left, move me at least 5 feet away from that ledge. Oh, quick! There's a terrible thing.
What thing?
I don't know.
I have never been in cave, so I don't know what a thing is.
It's like a rock sticking out of the ground with long arms, and
This isn't helping things.
No, it's not.
it's got our friends chewing on a dwarf.
Oh, I bet they can handle
But
it.
our friends Stefanico and Sirius are in trouble.
I come running, trip on a little rock.
It is your turn.
Well, you have to come down first.
I climb down.
Jump for it.
You can either do acrobatics or athletics.
Athletics was definitely because I can.
Sure.
Acrobatics instead.
Yeah,
Acrobatics.
I think
Yeah,
you probably should
we're all in
rethink
a
that.
lot of trouble when it comes to strength until I get my armor.
13.
And me until I get more magic.
Oh, I can supplement my strength for my intelligence with an armor.
I
Shake
go.
that in front of the mic. You can make some more.
Still can't do track my dexterity, but you know.
I run over there.
How much can you move?
35.
You get to the rope.
I climb up.
Gotta do your action.
I have 35.
Yes, that's fine. He's saying you got to the rope,
Now you have to use an action.
and
if
you have to use an action to do. Yeah,
Good call,
yeah.
Okay. Would that be a... What would that be?
The athletics.
Athletics. 14.
No.
No, you won't be able to get anywhere.
Wait, stay there.
You still have 15 feet of movement left. If you want to move a little bit.
I grab my bow out and I fire.
Yeah, you use your action.
Well, yeah. Your action in the round was to climb up to
Get
this
the extra
point.
movement.
You still have a little movement left if you'd like. If you want to stay right there, you can stay right there. We're just saying you have a little bit of movement left.
I get
you
low
can...
to the ground.
Okay. Get low, get low. Oh.
The best idea would be have the open to the cliff to your back, though. Because the whips an arm out and slaps you and you get knocked off. That could be a heck of a fall.
Yeah, I don't have.
If I'm low to the ground,
I don't have grasp of Hadar, so I can't
It's
help you.
munching on the floor right now.
No!
It's, and they hit a dwarf and it's going to hit you low to the ground.
No!
I'm like,
Put yourself in the
I'm like,
You don't want to take the chance.
Chris, when you look on Discord, that's basically your
That's
guy.
the activation word. No, don't.
No, I'm sure I'm in bad shape.
a white thing.
I just told him to stay there.
Keep an eye out, boy. You expect it's got those eyes that are pointing two different directions.
Wow. Short buzz white fang. Huh? That's nice, guys. That's real nice.
Not that of an intelligence, he just has,
We're just being silly.
8 versus
Hey, I have more roast in my mouth. I'm allowed to say that. Nope. I never considered that this is how it would end. Tentacle ring. I'm not a 16-year-old girl from Academy!
It made the dwarf.
Oh shit, he's dead. Monica, we need to get out of this thing fast! At least it do like a Drax and attack from the inside.
No, it's got teeth. Just rows and rows of teeth.
Great. We're in trouble.
They're gnarly creatures.
We are in real big trouble here.
President Dwarf. Now that's got a 10. Now 20.
It reached all the way over and grabbed me?
Oh yeah.
Oh. Why did I come up here?
Use that thing that makes them explode!
No.
I hope I get regarded as a turtle.
My turn?
Mark's up next.
How thick are its tentacles? I
I
would
would
imagine.
imagine attack tentacles. They are very essentially rock, flexible rock. So it might be a little difficult to dig into it, but you can attack tentacles.
Bite him.
Is there a way to get out of its grasp? Since I'm grappled,
You can either essentially make a acrobatics versus its athletics, or you can destroy the tentacles of its hold.
I just don't know if I can destroy the tentacle. It might be a better thing for me to try to wriggle out.
Now, if you do damage to the tentacles, it can do damage to the creature itself.
Yes. It's just another option to attack.
I'll try to wriggle out.
Making acrobatics or athletics your choice.
Acrobatics.
14.
Is Armor of Agath's a reaction?
It's an action.
An action?
Okay, now. How about my cunning action? Would that give me... if I could disengage?
You can't necessarily disengage from the grapple, but speed is 0 with grapple.
Okay. I mean, that was pretty much my action, so...
Since we are implementing the heroic action, everyone does have one heroic action that can be used for most actions. Some magnitude. Just so you know. So if you wanted to use it now, you could just say, like, crack with a dagger or something.
Yeah, because otherwise he's going to drag me in.
He can only attack one person around, but he can do multiple tendril attacks.
Right. Yeah, I'll try with the dagger.
Can't dig in.
Well, nice knowing you.
Dwarf turn.
I'm entirely unsettled by this. Oust! Stay back if you can. It reached me from all the way across the cavern.
It probably won't reach me.
Look past you, grab my
Yes, keeping the look the whole time.
Yeah. Dwarves are laying into it with their axes. One of them cuts the wood that red last time free.
Ooh, someone needs to keep an eye on the orc.
Alright. Chris.
This is awful! Firebolt one of the rope that has Mire. Can I make a clean shot at it without hitting Mire? Alright.
Some trouble one.
Yeah, don't use the same dice you used last.
Yeah.
That one needs to go to dice show.
I'm trying
You
to
really have those.
Yes, they do.
I've seen the dice here. That's hilarious.
I have considered purchasing one off of Etsy.
Well, it's not a 1.
It's
Two?
something better.
It's twice as good. In 6 more rolls, you'll be up to something.
Did you add your dex mod to it?
Not mine. It would be my intelligence, I think, right?
Yeah.
It's 6 total. I'm gonna hit it.
I thought it was your dex modifier.
Not for me.
Oh,
I'm artificer. I use intelligence instead.
I use 630.
Back around Jason.
I would like to use a spell at it, if this is possible.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what else to do with a spear. I suppose I had a dagger, but...
That didn't work very well. Just tell you from experience.
Can I... Can
I don't know. Can you?
can I chromatic orb it?
You can try.
Let me look that up.
Any kind of ranged attacks have disadvantage on targets next to you.
Can I grab the tentacle and eldritch blast it?
It'd be the same, so just
Okay.
you can do that.
Let me look up chromatic orb real quick.
Well, because right now, I got Thundercloud on the end. That was only the next one. I mean, it's still one so that if I take more increased damage from that kind of damage, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, on me. I forgot my lucky footwork.
Okay. If I activate Armor of Agates, though, is that casting a spell on me at disadvantage?
You just cast it on.
Okay, so then that
But
creates...
it's only when you take damage. So it will...
Well, I'm expecting to take damage. I'm expecting to take huge doses of damage.
Yeah.
But it puts up that if you do something to me, I do something back at you. I activate Armor of Agates. Agates. Somewhere in there, that's the word. That's what I do.
Alright. That brings us back to Vincent.
I draw my bow and aim. Actually, I go around to the back of it, but while staying kind of low to the ground. Like far back.
As a I had this has a bonus action that I didn't get a chance to use
Like,
on my turn.
like way back to all the way to the back.
Now you go here.
Yeah.
Back by the other roper and stuff?
How much is your AC?
16.
Baby Roper,
I didn't use
I
the
go stand up.
action after he gets done. Go
I
ahead.
stand up, load my bow, and fire at the roper.
make an attack.
A what?
An attack.
Attack.
What's your armor?
16.
What would be for attack?
Either you're just
I did great.
just fuck
What would be
with
for attack and just roll and add the.
Shield of Faith.
Fusion
I'll
bonus
have to
to
add
your
2 plus
dexterity
AC.
modifier, plus your proficiency bonus.
I got shields of like things like that myself.
Hey, a 20.
Total?
Yeah, 20 total.
X. Go ahead and do your damage.
Damage type D6 piercing plus.
For my bonus action, I have Shield of Faith. I'll go put on a wire to add into his and give him another plus 2 AC.
9 total.
God dang it!
What?
I have an armor class 15. So
Okay.
I thought.
I have
My
an armor class
DD
of
my-
60.
Yes, but he had a 14 to catch me.
Oh, okay.
D&D Beyond didn't incorporate my +1 from my artificer.
Okay.
So sucks. I wouldn't have to be in the grapple, but
Well, that's all right.
We're still learning characters.
Get there.
well,
Unless you're moving on to a different character, then you're back to square one. But you know, it's all a learning experience.
there's a good chance I'm moving on to a different character. Yeah.
Let's see.
So you have 18.
Gonna damage it.
Yeah, it took some damage. Gave it a little screech.
And I went back low to the ground, like laying down on the ground.
It is going to try to bite Stephanico.
Rabbit might taste good to it.
16.
That is what you need.
Should have given it to you, damn it.
I have more hit points than he does.
Hmm?
I have more
That
hit
is
points than
14 piercing damage.
I'm dead. I'm 0.
You're unconscious.
I'll try to get him out of the next round.
Tastes like rabbit.
I'll bet.
a bit gamey.
I still got a trick in my sleeve. I mean, he's in range, so I can use this. He's right next. You were right next to me, so.
Okay.
Next up would be roll a death save.
Is that Constitution?
You just roll a d20.
Roll it.
Oh,
It's,
okay.
yeah, it's one of those. You just roll a d20 above like 11 to 12.
12.
That is
One
a success. Yeah.
And because we're doing the optional rules of injuries, I do want you to go ahead and do it down to roll d100.
That's a 10, right? So
Yeah.
50.
50, you do not take it.
You have a chart for that? Okay.
I have a chart, but I will modify it based off of what actually did damage, kind of thing. Next up is dwarves. They just keep hacking at the dang thing.
We need to get out of here. Elf, help us. I'm helping my friends, not you.
I'm busy.
Be hot magic out of this next round, but I want to get you back up.
Starting to look kind of bloody. Next up's Chris.
I have enough to use this, so we'll use Cure Wounds on Stephanico. So I'll baby go. I'll shoot my syringe at him. And cure wounds is what's it?
1d8 plus your figure.
You will do even more.
10 hit points.
All right.
Make it work! I don't have any more!
Next up is Jason, unless you have any other actions.
My bonus action I have is was used for him, so I don't have any bonus actions at the moment.
Don't forget the heroic action and stuff. You don't have to use them right now.
How are we going to charge this? Was it a session or
It's per short rest.
short? What's the heroic action do?
You can use a bonus action to do something.
Yeah,
It can be a little bit
it's
more.
the third point from the top.
So can we
Oh, there you
so
go.
we could turn a bonus action to an action?
No.
What could I do with the bonus?
Well, it depends. I mean, if you have abilities that go off of bonus actions, there are a few things. Actually, here. This
my
might actually
shield,
help.
my shield reaction. I already used my shield of faith with him in the bonus action. Yes, I could do that.
Okay, here's at least a couple of examples of bonus action. Offhand attack, cast spell, use class feature. Now, I think you just might have used a class feature to do something, possibly with your healing thing.
That's my cure wounds spell.
Okay, fair enough. So if you have something that revolves around a bonus action related to a spell, a offhand attack, a class feature, then that's what you can
The
do.
offhand attack was technically you could go punch or kick or whatever if
Right.
you wanted to, but with
Kick
the
the
training-
eye.
You vicious beast!
You brute, you brute.
Grabbing me!
If I had my armor, I have a bonus action. If I don't
Now,
have it,
now I have a question. I was grabbed. Was I damaged?
No, just grab and suck it.
Okay, right.
Not damaged yet.
Yeah. Well, it's gonna take a little bit back if it doesn't. Seen the dwarf
Use that thing that does the
Die.
whole explosion.
I'm not sad about that. I've seen Stephanico basically go limp and terrible. I try to use my chromatic orb at it. Best I can do. Disadvantage, right?
Yeah, you are right next to it.
17 is my low number.
That is.
Because it's a ranged attack, right? Yes, 17 is my low number.
Holy crap, what was the other 20?
I had a 10 and a 16. I had 7 to that because it's a spell
Don't
attack.
forget about your wild stuff.
Yes, that's
Something my hair turned into flower.
that's right here. So, come on.
Yeah, I'll need another rest before I get some of my magic back because that was all I had for the rest.
Okay. If the attack hit, creature takes 3d8 damage of type you choose. Now, is that also on the table or no?
No, you still. That's just your. You get to choose this spell.
Okay. Figuring that this is a rock and acid works on rocks, I want to melt it.
Go back in your face.
Ah! I did 19 points of damage to it.
It burns. It melts your fez.
And then something magical happens.
Please don't tell me.
I am affected by the slow spell for 4 rounds.
No.
How has he stayed in the air like that?
Freeze frame. Vincent, you're up. You're starting to look pretty hurt.
I shoot at it again. Plus dexterity. 20 total.
Go for an eye or a mouth!
12 total.
Okay. You want to move or anything?
No.
Next up, this turn. It's going to bite. That's furious.
Critical.
I have one Revivify scroll. I would just like everyone to know. One.
Do you have step pads on this room? I'm dead. God, I'm dead.
Yeah.
Does that go past double your hit points?
No.
Okay, so you're not outright dead. But you are.
You haven't knocked unconscious.
I need to roll for
Stop.
injury.
The 100 die.
Well, I'm not trying to be eaten right now.
Nothing like great big high numbers on the healing table.
Or for injury.
I hate this planet. From your tank, eventually. You can get
Did I
past the...
damage the
No,
roper?
we'll get you tanky.
Well, yeah, well, maybe.
Don't-
Maybe.
don't-
Show a potion down my hip when I'm not enough for hopefully instead of Revivify and I'm not eating.
You want me to roll it or do you want to roll another D100?
Oh, that's.
I'm doing so well on this.
Yes, please. Let's have another 90 something.
19.
19. You are bit pretty hard in the leg,
Stop.
resulting in a grievous wound. You will have -10 your speed until it's
Stop.
Alright, so let's see here.
So we didn't. Do you become pegged now?
I'm not sure.
Limp?
Yeah, essentially no.
Do we? Do you now belong to the Ministry of Silly Walks?
Particularly thin. It's a work in progress.
There's one.
So now he has been rendered unconscious as well,
Yes.
correct? But you came back to consciousness.
Yeah, I healed him.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah.
All right. The last act of a desperate man.
Just trying to keep back up.
Alright. Mark's turn. Man just saved you from being mauled by these.
Oh, God! I'm taking one leg thing out of the mouth, like, just sucking on my leg like a passive. Oh,
boy. Get him, Guidos.
Whoa.
He's pulling hair. Wow. Man.
It's gotta be close to being
Sad.
Yeah.
If you do hit it, you get your sneak attack because you're like involved with your.
It's all attack.
So this is gonna be ready in a couple minutes.
thank you.
Almost there.
16.
Sorry, that pan took ever to boil.
What kind of bonus actions do you have for heroic action?
I already used mine.
If I Eldritch blasts you out of its mouth because I have repelling blast, will that will that work? It's a dead body
Yeah.
right now. So if I just go blam 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 and shove it away, so
Get me out of its mouth, McCaldy. Oh yeah, you lost the 2+ to your AC, just so you know, because I'm unconscious. So pay this concentration.
okay,
I'm not really that concentrating on you right now.
probably not. Make a concentration. Oh.
I'm done.
This reminds me of this scene from Beowulf. With Great Grindel, the CGI. The dwarves are the guys at the bar that just.
First the rabble, then the hero.
Well, at this point, it's Meyer dumping on it with it being butt naked like Beowulf.
Gonna yell in its ear.
I was expecting Meyer to be sitting there butt naked across the, like the glow behind it.
Chris, roll that saving throw.
Yeah. That's one death.
One down.
I have now used my spells.
Do something get a mental.
So again, it has not attacked me. It still has me grappled, correct?
I've been rolling for attacks.
Okay. Is the armor of agates doing anything? Because I mean, it's supposed to do damage. Okay, it's holding. It's not grabbing me and smashing me around. Or okay, all right, fair enough. Escaping a grapple is an athletics check. Is that right?
Or acrobatics controls.
I just ultra blast it in the face at this point.
Yes, but the thing of it is it's at disadvantage. Now, I add a fair plus, don't get me wrong, but I am doing it this at disadvantage. Okay, I think I got lucky last time with my rolls, is part of the problem.
I wonder what Sirius is thinking.
Come on.
I hate this button. I hate this button. I hate this button. I hate this button. I hate this button.
Why am I so cold?
2 seconds.
The dwarves all miss.
One of them hit. Quite dead.
Next time, we're just going straight to the 6 groups of camping.
I will try to Eldritch Blast it. The spell worked last time, it will happen again. Meyer is extremely confident.
At disadvantage.
Yes, 17.
That hits.
Please do.
Oh, no. I'm slowed. What does that mean?
You can only take one action.
Well, this is it. Okay, this is it. Yeah. I will kill it. Take this, creature.
Who's ready?
4, 5. I gotta roll on my chart, but I've done 5. It looks like.
Some kind of damage.
Yeah, some kind of damage. That's right. There we go. 5 of force damage.
I'm not down. What's dead? You see the other half of the first dwarf get rolled out. All that dissolved.
I will slowly go to my friend.
Hey, we have health potions. We have a 4th one. Oh, that's right. Wait, each one of us got 1. That's right.
Would you...
It'll just give me a health potion and get it back up.
Health potion?
Yeah.
Okay.
Save spells when we can.
Okay. Alright, I don't have any spells to give you beyond that scroll. That's what I was...
Yeah, I'd rather save that for emergency.
This is an emergency?
River Fire goes back from the dead.
Dead, yeah.
Okay, you're not... Potion of healing.
Yeah.
Your
So-
potion.
Yeah, my potion of healing.
No, it's fine.
No, I don't care. As long as
I
I'm
use my
alive and not eaten.
Yeah.
I'd hate to have lost this character already with all the work I put into it.
Okay, potion of healing for 10.
Thank you.
They're pulling the dwarf out.
Meyer, you are a god among people.
Ooh. It's not very nice down here. There's spiders, there's living stalagmites.
Called ropers. from what
I hate this
remember.
planet.
It ate one of the dwarves. Sorry about you guys.
No.
Was he the one that tripped?
House, are you alright?
Yes, I'm fine.
Um,
Me getting lit to the ground really helped.
I'll go over to slowly make my way over to the ledge and reach out with my thoughts to White Fang. You... come, boy.
Oh, that hits it.
Come, boy.
Down.
I'll see you in his head. While waving. The dog keeps listening to me. This is great. I mean the love. All right. Right, White Fang?
One of the dwarfs just starts walking up to you and stalagmites. Get down.
Oh.
You're terrible today.
I look this way and I look that to see if the dwarves are paying much attention. I create a minor illusion of a stalactite that looks exactly like the one about 10 feet away from me, about 5 feet away from it. And I am going to laugh my ass off when a dwarf takes a swing at it. Maybe eternally. Somebody.
He doesn't know to lose.
Oh! Watch your step.
He earned that one.
I'm not making friends well. I know.
Oh, trust me, you've made one. Oh,
So, your leg is really badly hurt.
yes, I'm noticing.
It's like, oh.
That's fun. It's like this.
Ow, quit it. Ow. Quit.
It's empty where it's like it flipped around and backwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's pretty well broken. I'll take some time to mend it. Man, I know I have to recover, but
Is there anything about our healer's kit that would allow us to split it or something along that line? You know, do something for it?
yeah.
I doubt we're going to lose, you know, he's going to lose his 10-foot
It's probably
speed
gonna be a
penalty,
real
of
rest
course,
for that.
but I mean something that, you know, just addresses it.
Staunch the bleeding?
Yeah, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Get the torches.
I medicine check might help.
Medicine. Medicine. Yeah.
19.
Yeah.
Thank you, Meyer. I appreciate your help.
It is all right, my friend. We will get through this. I'm so sorry that everyone was damaged so terribly by that terribly awful thing. I think I'm going to take something to remember this by. And I'm going to go over to the creature and try to wiggle a tooth out of it.
Takes a minute.
Like, my little blow tip is deflated.
I am sorry that one of your men is dead. Truly I am. Is there anything that we can do about your friend's body?
Except for burn it.
Why?
Don't want to come back as a walker or a twitcher.
Zombies. You have zombies. Great. I am in the most level of hell that I could possibly ever be in.
You are neither in Avernus or the Nine Planes. Consult Gygax's deities and demigods.
I didn't take that college course.
You really are new here then.
Oh, yes.
Would
Overdone's cursed.
What?
Rutan's cursed?
This whole desert's cursed.
And you have curses. That's great.
I beg to differ.
I'm not. My little dangling. I know. In what way, exactly?
If you die here, you'll eventually come back as something else.
What?
Oh, this is... Are you sure this isn't one of your 9 planes of hell I'm on?
Positive.
Your little planet sucks.
Do I believe that?
Seems like
Well, maybe. 22.
yeah, seems like he's being honest.
I would assume being closed in your oasis, probably you never saw any dead bodies, so...
No. Really? Anywhere in the desert, even under it?
Even under it.
Which one of the guys got pissed off and did that?
There's a lot of people trying to find that out.
Good. Water park. That's some kind of beautiful forest with big, busty elf women. Anything else but the desert with the zombies in it. No, I had to crash here. I had to smash into the one place that's the worst place of hell on this world.
I came from a wonderful oasis.
Yeah, it's just the one dingleberry of this place.
I came from a burned city.
Your world just sucks.
I know. I literally killed my parents.
Don't really care at the moment. Just
Wow.
not. This is a lot to take in.
Did you manage to damage the creature while we were fighting it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hit it twice.
Are we staying
I'm
here or are we
glad that
moving
you
on?
were
I'm
able
getting
to
the hell out of
help
here.
No,
with the
the
situation,
rest of
and that the
might
creature
seem
was
to
not
be
able to get you.
dangerous.
Anything on the ceiling that's going to transform into a giant maw and eat us?
There are things like that that can do that.
Maybe. Pulls out a crossbow.
Aye. Where there are
I'm on
stalagmites,
fire.
there are
All the stalactites on the
stalactites.
ceiling. Just any of them activate? There. I feel slightly
Now,
better.
do you know what this thing is?
You haven't seen a robot before.
No.
I've
I've
never
seen some of them.
seen anything but the Oasis
Haven't seen
until
this-
recently.
Someone this big in a long time.
Roper.
Well, obviously it doesn't poop anywhere because we would have seen it unless the stalactites are poop. That would have been a nice sign to have.
Yeah, that might be
Oh.
it.
I'm no biologist. You're a biologist.
You're a biologist?
I'm going to look around and see if I can find anything.
Make an investigation check.
Yeah, I want to double check the area before we run. Since they're settling here tonight.
14.
22.
Looking around, don't really see much. Eventually, though, Chris, you do find towards the ledge where you guys are, it looks to be a small, like, carving into the rock.
On that ledge over there? I won't go over to
Looks to just be a skull.
This carving here looks like a skull on the ledge here. Is that a bad sign?
There's probably a warning.
What? What lich? I heard something about the lich.
No. There was a skull drawing, a drawing of a skull on the ledge.
Next time,
Anything
I
to
don't
me
think
like
anybody.
these things.
We didn't see it. It might have been a warning.
probably was a warning.
I guess we should have paid more attention. Sorry about your leg.
It'll eventually be better, I hope.
So how do we burn the body down here when all we have are torches? Is that enough?
I've got some fiber in my pack.
I'll help set the fire. Do you have any rituals for burial?
Oh,
Not out here.
Sorry for your loss. It happened so fast.
Didn't you say something about needing plates?
Yes.
What plates?
Yes, I need pieces of whatever metals I can find from a city to reforge my.
He has plates.
I don't think that would be good to desecrate dead.
We'll be taking this on.
Yes, I figured that he
Oh.
had. They called dead. We're not going to desecrate our dead. Especially not right in front of them. Each civilization and culture have their own way of respecting the dead, and it is our people's way to make sure that we respect it for them.
Oh. I don't know what my people think of death beyond what I think of it. Death is only the beginning.
Yeah.
Blah, 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 blah.
Are you sure you're not a goblin?
Quiet. So I'm gonna poke around at the roper because
You have a tent, right?
yeah. Oh yeah. Thanks. I'll set up my bells.
I'll try to repair my deflated.
This is for your ego.
Here's my glue gun.
What is that in your hand? Oh, it's like
Glue. Get up.
I will. Yeah, I'm gonna poke around at the roper because it's absolutely intriguing. Quite honestly, it's stone and yet it's not stone.
Make a Arcana check.
I will endeavor to do so. I will not. That's one. Actually, that's three.
Why would you like to assist? I'll get my assistance here.
If you want it, I don't have.
No, I didn't have much either. It's a rock that ate people and had a lot of teeth.
But it's not quite a rock.
It's dead, which is good.
Yes,
There's meat
that is good.
underneath the rock, but the rock is a good quarter-inch thick all over his body.
Oh. Is the tongue? I will get out my dagger and throw something on the fire.
Physical.
I'm taking the tongue. It doesn't have rocks on it.
You look at his mouth and see it's inside it. Are there any more bodies inside it? Investigate.
Make a medicine check. Dig around him.
Because I have I have my mess kit and stuff like that, so I'll
18
set it up over the
Don't
campfire.
see any other bodies.
or
Just
gear or anything like that.
dissolved goo, probably in its stomach.
Well, we're trying to check to see if it had any of its previous victims' gear in it. But I assume that's a no. Yay.
So yeah, I'm gonna use my mess kit and spit this and
I'm not hungry at the moment, thank you, my enjoy.
Eat it out of spite.
tastes like leg.
That's not what human tastes like. If you had chickens on this world, it's about close to that.
We have abyssal chickens.
I hate this planet. I'm going to keep saying that. This will be my catchphrase for this world. I hate this planet. I crashed here in Cairns. I don't really know where my what part of my ship is now because I got clonked on the head by those night-skinned drow elves and dragged for God knows how long. I have no idea where I am. I have no way to find.
That I want to ask you further. Those drow would have taken us to underground?
Probably.
What is underground other than the spiders that went after them?
Well, they have a city underground apparently, so.
The
What?
majority of Barn Dwarf is underground.
Oh. Why?
Safety for the most part.
Yes, it's very,
After you've secured it.
it's very safe.
It doesn't seem very safe right now.
Keeps it cool from the desert.
Now that's true. Now that's true. It is very warm in the desert. Using some of my water, I will, wash the pits, wash the grits.
You thought this would be pits. I was like,
You know,
I'm showering right now.
Yes.
I am. I'm bathing. I cooked the tongue. I'm bathing, sort of. The stinky parts. I've got some soap too. So, I'll bathe the stinky bits.
Dwarves are volunteering to
I
take
just,
watch.
I just rip off my clothes and start this in.
So you are Beowulfing it.
Yeah. Well, what shame do I have? None. I've never known what that is, other than when somebody's screaming at me
My
and
God.
beating me.
My God. My God, your tripod. You make a kickstand.
Damn.
Damn. Aren't you all like this?
I totally am.
I do have a charisma of 17 for the Verdant ladies.
13 so I'm above average.
The dwarves are volunteering to take watch during the night.
Okay.
Rest.
Yeah, I kind of need a rest.
I'm gonna get someplace secure.
I'll stay up.
Anybody have a wolf up here?
No, your wolf's down. Oh, can I move the tent over towards the edge so that the wolf is at least visited? Unless you want to bring him up.
I want to try to.
Have fun with that.
Oh, that means he also has to come down.
Yeah. Luckily, I will hopefully. Wait.
Wolves don't do great in tents.
I'll send a piece of the tongue down to White Fang.
Oh.
And I'll set down my bag of stuff, and like I said, I'll bathe. When I set my bag down, the plume off the top of my bag will nestle itself in the ground, right next to the bag. And I'll give it a little cut, a few drops of water.
Dwarves will watch. I suppose we can go get food.
Didn't Ben-Hur have an intermission?
Yes.
We need the triumphant music of Judah Ben-Hur.
So did Monty Python and the Holy
That's
Grail.
what I'm referencing with that.
Intermission.
It was like
Intermission.
10 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. Here's it for 10 hours.
Seriously? Maya would 10 out. Oh my god.
It's been a long 2 years. What? a long 2 years.
My lord. Seriously. Oh my god, that reminds. What was that? Back at Fastenal, when I worked at Fastenal, there are a couple of guys who were absolutely obsessed with the 10-hour loop of chicken and a biscuit. Oh my god. They were obsessed with it. They were playing it on radios, on iPods, and anything that they could get their hands on. It's just like, it was about 12 seconds worth of something, and then it repeated. And 12 seconds worth of something, and then it repeated. I'm just like, please, God, stop.
I will say the only 10-hour thing I've listened all the way through is the Gandalf sax one.
The what?
The Gandalf saxophone one.
Oh, I don't know that one. I can just think of the one where he's just sitting there. You know, is that it? Oh, okay. Is there anything at the end?
So Ethan was like, there's 10 hours I'll never get in that.
It was a challenge that me and my friends did in high school.
Is that right?
Because me and one other guy
There
did
were
too.
a payoff at the end, at least. You know, some of it said.
No, it's at the end though. It's too easy just to fast forward to the end. You don't want to have it like dotted in the middle or something
Well, I
like that.
suppose, but
That way you're forced to try to find where it's at.
I mean, even if you got Rickrolled at the end, that would be something.
So South Park and play Guitar Hero.
Congratulations.
You
Oh,
are
okay. I do have to mention something here. I had started to rewatch the South Parks. And again, I made it to about the shit episode. And I'm sitting here just like, why am I doing this to myself? Well, okay. I kept going. I just
South Park's
made
good
it to
still.
the... No, okay. I just made it to the end of season 5 recently. At which point, the Butters show happens. Which... I'm sorry. I really wish I would have watched this back in the day, because well, not only that. I mean, because that was funny. But when his parents are there being consoled by the Benet Ramsey's parents and O.J. Simpson and some politician from back in the day, and it's just like they're going with honesty, and they're just like, because I don't want people wandering around town going, "You goddamn murderer!" And they focus in on O.J. "You damn murdering murderer!" I cried a little laughing. Oh my god, that was so good.
Oh yeah.
That was so good. And I'm only 19 years behind on that one. But that was so good.
There's a start. Within the last 5 seasons or so, there's been a stark change, which I haven't really been kind of where they lost me.
Oh.
They're bringing Futurama back.
Oh, yes, I saw that. There was a Hulu's gonna pick it up. Oh,
Futurama?
yeah.
I'm glad to have it back, but it did kind of end pretty well.
Yeah, that's what I'm concerned about.
That's the Simpsons looking space one.
I mean, it's a better Simpsons. Right.
I really, really love Futurama.
Yeah, the major problem I have with is, like I said, that last episode was really good. I hate to see them backtrack down again.
Juice. Give me that juice.
Right around watching new episodes of Rick and Morty with this
Oh yes, anime update, manga update. Out of the fight on One Piece that's going right now, Big Mom has gone down.
How?
Long Kid.
They took her down.
Well, see, Kid's new ability, not Kid, Ball's new ability allows him to cover his sword, his boom ability. And he's able to transport into Big Mom and use his, this shock ability directly to her. He broke her bones and shattered her organs. Because again, they're not tough on the inside, it's the outside.
Okay, well, sure, okay.
And the final hit was basically, now she's off the island, but last was her being plummeted to a hole with water caving on top of her.
Okay.
But how they did it was he basically had his sword go all the way down to the actual island and just created a shockwave straight up into her, which broke her bones. But she used her spirit magic to actually make her own bones living and have them repair themselves.
Okay.
Because she can make inanimate objects have a soul by using her own soul.
Yeah. Okay.
But Kid was above waiting for her and blast her with like a electronic Gauss rifle.
Oh yeah, that's right. He transforms or summons.
He's basically Magneto.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he can. Yeah, okay.
And she tried to blast him away. He's like blasting her through the island. She tried using her powers to suck people's lifespans out, and then Kid made a silent room around her. Said, "Yeah, unless you can act like I can hear you, your power doesn't work." Couldn't, because no one was afraid of her because she couldn't say anything. Just got piled into the dirt on the island's like skyscraper level heights, and she just got smashed in the ground and buried underwater in rubble. And it ended up saying that Kid Law versus Big Mom, they won. So
okay, so that is
all that's left now is Kaido and CP0 and the Marine Forces, but I don't think they're going to be much. That's being taken care of right now because the furries, the minks, they live on a living elephant. That's the size of a continent.
Okay.
And there's something else going on with it, but apparently it's shown up at 1-0 for some reason. And it's destroying the Navy forces, it looks like. Oh. And it's talking to the kid, the son of Odin, the little douche balloon, who's the son of the big name. Yeah. But it's telling him that apparently this thing is 800 years old, back in the Void Century, and is the companion Nakama of Joy Boy, which is Joy Boy is this.
The one who fits in the hat.
The one who supposedly fits in the hat, who built the ship.
Joy Boy.
His name is Joy. He's referenced as Joy Boy. That does not. No one really knows what the name really means.
Sounds like porno name.
One of the things about this Joy Boy is that they found his hat, and it's on some island with those.
It's with the king. It's with the king of all the one king that the government is hiding.
And this hat is this gigantic hat, gigantic huge hat.
Yeah, but it's a freezer that's been locked away. But that's what everyone's surmising is it's his hat. It's a symbol. The straw hat's kind of a symbol.
Right. Don't get me wrong.
In a freezer.
Yeah. I'm not sure.
Straw hat in a freezer.
I'm not sure. Again, Oda does this weird stuff, but it comes back full circle. It's genius, and I don't know why he's done this, or who this king guy.
I don't understand why you put a straw hat in a freezer, but okay. Just saying.
Preserve it.
Preserve it. I would have to assume they're preserving it for some reason. It's like I said, you ain't gonna get a clear answer, but once the answer comes, it's magnificent half the time.
What about the other hat?
Then it's just magnificently bizarre. It's just magnificently bizarre then. But yeah. So this thing's apparently been around since everything went wrong 800 years ago.
Wow.
But yeah, the guy he companions the guy who made the gigantic ship that apparently the fish people had as an ark for when they're eventually the end time was to come. He's the one who throughout all this history there's just lots of references to him. But that's where the last chapter went off.
And he had something to do with the Mer people's prophecy too, right?
Yes, he's the one who built the. He's the one who built. He's the one who built the boat. That was supposed to be the ark to save them once they're.
Oh, okay. Excuse me.
Which supposedly Luffy is supposed to be the one responsible for it, but I think it's just a misinterpretation of like future sight. Because all it is just vague imagery that points that direction. So My Hero Academia is basically ramping up to their war episode now, the final war. We got Laser Belly Kid has been confirmed to be the traitor.
Does anybody need a paper towel?
I'm good.
I would like them since you're up and offering.
Nah.
Oh yeah, spoiler for those watching or listening.
Too late.
Too late. It will be up by the time it's out. So.
Sorry, there's a little drop of sauce.
What?
Oh, yeah. Spoiler for the anime people. The anime is not really
Thank
good.
you, Mark.
So. It really. They're going back and forth. Yeah, like I said, it's still a lot of stuff that's not been explained. So.
Well, of course. I mean, that's kind of the whole.
Well, yeah, but after this is the last arc. He's already been confirmed this is the last arc.
I still don't understand how that can be.
Well, Japan's arcs are a little bit different than our arcs. Their arc consists of 5, like, chapters, and each chapter. For us, a chapter would be an arc.
Okay, don't get me wrong. What I'm saying is, though, if this is the last arc, then we are totally unconcerned about the world government. We're totally unconcerned about those slaving dragon, whatever they are, in their sky island or whatever.
Well, I'm
it is.
sure that's probably part of the last arc. Like I said, Wano here is once they finish Kaido, it'll be interesting. After this will be the final like series of arc.
Okay, but then what does that say about what's gonna? Shanks is one of these warlords.
Yeah, he's probably just gonna give it up to Luffy on Windows.
Well,
now when you say arc, you mean like
see,
Noah's Ark or the arc of the story?
Arc of the story.
Okay.
Yeah.
Arc react.
See, that would actually rather infuriate me a little bit because it would say that Shanks is just going, yeah, you're good enough to go. As opposed to Shanks going, no, if you're worthy, you got to beat me.
Well,
if you're worthy of this...
Back when met Whitebeard, he said you lost, Whitebeard said you lost your arm to some runt, I heard. No, he says I lost my arm on a bet I made.
Okay.
That was a foolish bet.
No, because the guys, all the kids, one step away from being the pirate king and about bringing down the government. So it's a pretty damn good bet so far. Odds seems to be in his favor. At the moment. I said the biggest thing is again. We got Blackbeard, we got one of the revolutionaries.
Right, Blackbeard's left. Akano. Come on. He took out Ace.
Yeah.
And
well,
Luffy's got to have a piece of him.
Possibly Sabo. They still haven't confirmed whether Sabo was killed or not. But no news has gotten to get it to 5 years today that happened in our time. I'm being quite literal. And the news doesn't get to one. They're cut off and everything. So once they open the gates and allow the rest of the world to come to them, chances are they're going to see the newspapers about Sabo, which is Luffy's other adopted brother, kind of like sworn brother. Well, with that, I could definitely catch up on Demon Slayer.
Okay.
Did you get your profit sharing check?
Not yet. I'm still waiting.
I got mine yesterday.
It's going to be fully getting new gear.
So
you caught up with it?
I still think that would be a miscarriage of justice if they just say, well, the hell with the world government, onward.
No, this is all coming through the world government. There's no way this. I almost guarantee that this is going to be a three-way between Blackbeard and what he set up and this. Whoever is at the top of the world government with this king of all.
Celestial dragons, that's what it is.
Yeah, celestial dragons.
Yeah. I couldn't think of that.
I'm assuming this is all going to come together, but yeah, it's going to be many parts to one full arc.
Okay.
Are we ready?
Yes. Oh yes, this new third season 3 of Mandalorian is great.
I haven't seen it.
First 2 episodes, both the other 3 have been just Mandalorian episodes.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know why they even bothered with the Book of Boba Fett, because in the last 3 have been him learning to try to master the sword, him going to see Grugo, him going on several of his own adventures, and it's had Boba Fett maybe 2 minutes out of it last 3 episodes.
Okay.
They did bring in Cad Bane.
Really?
It's probably like 8 years old.
They're coming out with a new Marvel movie, Eclipse.
Thought the Eternal, so that was not really very good from what I heard.
I watched it. I didn't mind it. It was.
His costume is really.
It was well done for its scenery. I thought many features of it were well done, but I couldn't say that. Yeah, I couldn't say that it was. It was not the Avengers, with their pithy witticisms and stuff that rolled off pretty good. It wasn't that. But it wasn't a bad movie. I didn't think it was bad.
I think
less than a plot device. I don't even know what they were doing.
Oh, yeah. But it sets the stage for the Celestials, and it gives names for them, which I think are fair Marvel canon going back a lot of years and stuff like this.
I'm stealing one of these.
Sure.
All right,
So
I managed to hobble down the.
jump for it.
No.
Gets caught up in something.
Jump on the wolf.
Don't.
It'll absorb your ball.
Oh, good. You think I have to climb up, right? I have to climb it back up. Great.
Yep. Up we go.
All right. Should we roll? Also, did we get full thing, Raz, or should we roll?
Now, did we burn up this dwarf? Did it smell better than the tongue?
Yes, everyone will get half their hit dice back. It wasn't super comfortable rest.
I bet not. Okay, and I got a healing potion too.
You get your magic back.
I said I wasn't going to rest because I didn't trust the dwarves, so I don't get my spells back. But I didn't take any damage.
You'll be risking exhaustion.
Then I do.
Make Constitution save throw.
Everybody else was going to go to sleep.
We'll take shifts.
The
No,
dwarf
no,
takes
no, no.
shifts. There we go.
That is 17.
You're okay. It's gonna be harder each time.
That's fine. Yeah, 100.
There's a big horde of rovers coming out.
That is one of the reasons right there why I want Futurama.
I want Futurama to go. It ended on a good episode. It did.
Okay, that's fair.
That was a.
But I want good news, everyone.
I'm not against it.
Futurama, the story of Zach Brannigan.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to do one more getting into Zap Barrigan here. It's just more
I don't want you to go too far into Zach.
No, but I want to at least try to have a little bit of it. I get more comfortable, I get better I'll be. But now everything's just shocking me.
Right now, everything's up to Meyer. Fine.
No shit.
I won't make you guys roll for this because this dwarf is going to help you out. You and him will have to tie White Bang to pull him up.
I'll help with advantage with my -8.
Alright, this way.
We go around the corner, there's the city. Why couldn't we just do the 5 extra steps?
we were only 50 yards away. There's a giant hole, huh?
Jump in it.
We need to see what's down that way, but I can wait for another time.
Yeah, I think we could. Really should.
If anyone wants to look down there, you can.
I do not.
No.
I'll look.
I've had enough of this underground place.
I don't see anything.
Suddenly a big black thing that comes up and pokes you.
Yeah.
My name's Isaac. Have you seen the rest of my team? There's another rope you're out here shit out of luck.
You see it? traveling?
but anything sees you.
Magic store, right?
If it
Magic
sees
sword.
you, it sees you.
Magic.
If it smells you, it smells you.
I'm all you sent back. I'm
If
gonna
it
steer
eats
with
you, it
myself.
hurts.
Oh Lord!
My cure wounds impact here. That's a good one. My intelligence on that face, so that gets me back up to full.
Yes, I will drink my potion of healing to get myself back up to.
Now, hang on a second. Did you say that you guys who were wounded got some hit points back?
A little bit
Or-
more soon.
We got his dice back.
Half
Okay.
hit dice.
You can spend when you sleep if you want to.
Okay, so do you want to use that potion, or do you want to use your half a hit die?
Well, I don't know where we're at, what we're doing.
Okay, I'm just putting it up.
I can cure you too. I still have one more cure, but I'll be outmatched for
Well,
the day.
let's hold on to that in case we.
Get, find ourselves knee deep in
I
another
mean, I'm
mouth.
only I suppose I can wait. I can wait.
It can wait until we're dwarf deep into a roper again.
I hear myself to full though. Oh,
Okay, all right. Just making sure.
I actually fought a roper on any of these, so I didn't realize it hit that hard.
They only hit once, but when they do.
No kidding.
It's that bite that gets you.
Yeah, I noticed. I think I still had 18 hit points, but that was enough to make sure I didn't double my. Thank God I healed before that,
Yeah, wow.
because it would have been double if it hadn't been.
Oh, nuts, we moved on.
Oh, next time that won't be a thing. 'Cause next time
I was
going
going to circle that skull with the chalk so that it was a little bit more noticeable.
put a skull.
Not that it matters anymore, but
For right now, all I know, God knows how it manifests.
Travel for another 3-ish hours.
Ow!
Tunnels.
Ow!
No.
Ow!
Oh, we should be coming up on the exit.
Good.
Got an outpost set up out here. It should be.
It's a little rocky, so anyone who has busted legs will really have a hard time. Oh, watch out for that bear trap! Oh God!
Wow.
I don't like the fact that dwarf is like colored out. It's already making me feel uncomfortable.
I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, so I said I took the influence star with Ocean. You didn't have to take the influence back by having gigantic space monsters kill everything in the first 20 minutes.
that's the cactus roper, and that's the tent roper, and that's the barricade roper. This is going to be a great day.
Here's the mind flayer roper.
Well, the barricade's actually a trap jaw.
Colossal size mimic has us great.
Oh God, just make sure it's not the Dark Souls mimic. You seen those things? Basically, they're a boss that if you open it, it'll grab you and munch you, but if you don't, it'll actually grow a full slinky body, like Slender Man body, and start chasing you down.
Really? That's great.
You
That is great.
Yeah, it'll start just like chasing after you.
There we go. So there's a tower thing.
Oh.
Which this is the only way I can get to where you guys can't see like everything.
Yeah, just one.
Okay.
But I'll do the little room here. Alright.
Okay, coming up on the mouth of the Sarlacc. That's good.
That horse dead now, thanks to
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
Didn't I see something about Boba Fett was saved from the Sarlacc by a
He escaped somehow.
stormtrooper?
I don't
in
remember
the
how
original, in the books, he kills it by using all those explosives to kill it and digs his way out of its corpse outside of it, and he gets saved by some scavengers. In this one, he crawls out of it by he finds like a stormtrooper is able to climb his way out of it, and some Jawa steal all this shit. He gets saved by sand people. Well, enslaved by sand people.
All right.
Well, I'm sure that's better than being digested slowly
Over 1,000 years.
As his horse reached the mouth,
Oh my.
Yeah.
Wow, not bad.
one
Okay.
up front just suddenly stops.
I'll keep following. Oh God, now what?
I am tired.
I agree.
Hmm.
So they're like trying to wave a.
They fall back.
Wow. God, I can't use anything or not. Okay.
Did you get any sleep? I didn't get any sleep.
That's so I'm going to say to the War Boys. What now?
We should probably just wait here. For at least maybe an hour or so. Hopefully.
Why have we stopped?
How tall is the barricade?
The dwarves say we should hold out here. But apparently, something up ahead they are not happy to see. What is that?
Is there any way I could get up close enough to look out from between the two towers?
Got pretty good vision in the daytime, so sneak up here.
Oh, it's right side of mine. I'm going to stealth it though.
I'll stay with White Fang. Good boy.
I got a
Perception check.
14 stealth.
I slip him another piece of rope or something.
Perception.
He's made perception.
6.
Shiny wall.
Past the barricades, but you notice that, like, this tower is knocked over and damaged.
What is out there? What now is trying to kill us on this planet?
We don't have names for everything.
I think it's something big. It knocked over one of those guard towers.
Catchphrase.
I hate this plan, right?
Yes, I hate this planet.
We'll get you a mail shirt.
We might be able to take it. Looks like our outpost put up a pretty good fight, but
Would it be better?
why don't you
Oh. Did I try to take a quick look?
All right. I'll slice off a piece of tongue for
Perception.
myself.
I got a 23.
I'm slowly panning up.
He goes, sheep boy.
What the hell is that? Never mind.
The big thing's dead,
The beacon is dead.
What was it?
I wouldn't know.
but there's something walking around. Tearing through the depths.
I want to duck back down, like. Oh,
Slides along the wall.
What are you doing?
I think we should.
He's cleaning his back.
I think we should take the dwarves' advice and just wait here for an hour.
Why?
There's like it describes all the dwarves are dead outside. The whole place is a wreck. There's a gigantic scorpion tank. If you know what a tank is, basically a gigantic monstrosity outside, and something else. I can only assume some kind of rider is tearing through what's left of the camp. It does look injured, but since all the dwarves are dead, I do not know if we are that, especially in the condition we are in.
Does it look like an undead person?
I didn't take that much time to look it over. You should have. Why don't you go out there and ask
My
it?
normal nature might be to sneak out and be stealthy and look, but I think I'm going to be prudent and stay back.
Like I said, I'm pointing.
I'm staying back.
I can't verify. I can only tell you the description of what I saw. I mean, I'll describe everything I can to them. This tall, slinky, like, does it look like it's armored, or is it like that?
It's got some armor on it.
Yeah, it's just.
Like a piece of tongue.
If you, I do not know what it is, so I have no idea if we have capability. If these gentlemen are saying we don't have much of a chance,
I'm staying right here.
I suggest we stay right here. Maya can rest. He has had a rough night.
We try to get bigger.
Oh, I think that looks like a lich.
No, that's more of an undead. Like only, more like a creature from like Total Warhammer, the Egyptian creatures. It's an Anub, like almost like a jackal Anubis creature.
Is it playing cards?
You
Solitaire
didn't
right
want
now,
to,
unfortunately.
You owe me money.
How do I describe it? It looks ragged. For us, it would be a part of our Egyptian lore, of our national Egyptian lore, of this country from my world.
Egyptian?
It's a country from my world who has
I'll show you the creatures.
worship a dog man creature and
A dog man creature.
So it's a giant scorpion kind of thing?
Looks like a skull face.
mainly looks humanoid, but it has a dog's head, like a jackal's head, and reversed legs of a hyena. They're set up in like ritualistic ceremonial gear. It looks like something from out there. They're usually keepers of the dead.
Is this? I talk at the dwarves. Is this what happens when you die?
No.
Oh,
It's something that commands the things that I.
Sometimes.
Yeah, that's not
We
good.
assume that they come from the ruins across the that is buried on these islands.
the ruins of what?
So like, is there?
Ruins
It looks.
of.
When I was up above, it looked like it was looking for something. You have any idea what it might be looking for?
Yeah. No idea.
It's not interested in the bodies, regardless. It's just looking for something else. So it's not trying to get more truth. I think it just.
Barely understand what's happening here.
Will we be safe, or do we need to back up a little bit further into the cave?
I think we're fine here.
We should probably.
I have my small mirror,
We've never seen these things underground before, so
and I've been instructed to have fun.
I get it.
It takes 300 points of damage from reflection.
Again, we have to look at the fact like you didn't rest.
No,
You're in bad condition.
I'm in fantastic shape.
I have no idea what this thing is or what it's capable of. I'm going to defer to the wolf here for now.
I'll sit down and eat carrot.
I'm going to back up and so on.
Knew you were right. So there's a. What is a necrosis? What is that?
It's a place.
It's a
Well,
place?
They're calling it.
What they are calling it?
Researchers and whatnot.
Oh, okay.
Basically, people who are meant to go out and try to find, investigate an area and discover
Some
what it was.
place.
Okay. But it's a place? What direction is it?
Well, from here it'd be slightly north and west.
Hey, what direction you come from?
Don't recommend it that way.
Okay, flop. Slightly north and slightly west. Necrosis.
So we'll bunk down here for and try to keep. I'm gonna definitely keep an ear out for this thing. See if it gets closer. It's
And
closer.
we
and
are
closer.
at. So
He could keep
So is
the
that
because he's the
Brontorum
biggest
out there?
ones.
This is the road we're on tour up there.
were we on the
We're on
underground?
tour.
We were on the underground railroad of Brontor.
Choose.
And we roll stealth checks.
13.
So this is where I got my tambourine.
12.
26.
Oof. Stealth, I actually have a little.
My problem is that the dwarves are what I'm worried about the most.
12.
I did very well. 23.
Yeah.
Not Tommy got a decent roll.
Right, that's fine. That's for it to happen right now.
Takes about an hour and a half, but eventually it does leave. It just starts heading off west.
Gotcha.
It's tore through all the tents.
Dwarves, this is where you came from?
The road out there leads to it, yeah.
Well,
Probably another hour walk.
Okay, but I mean, did you come from this camp?
Yeah. We're all friends out there.
Should we need to bury them properly first?
Okay, but this thing was looking for stuff, right? Isn't that what you said? It was
tearing through it like it was trying to find something in the tins, but it wasn't finding what it was looking for. That's what I can make out. It was actually looking through the tins, tearing them apart, trying to find something.
What would they want?
They said they don't know. They have no idea what they're after.
I know you said that. What were they after?
That's what the dwarves told him.
No.
I know that's what he's relaying that to me. I'm talking to the dwarves.
Michael said we don't know.
I am skeptical. May I roll for an insight?
20.
That makes it 20. actually 22. I do have a proficiency bonus.
Don't seem to know.
Okay.
We have to worry about
Does this happen a lot? You see this thing a lot?
Are you part of this?
Not too often.
Are you sure?
We have defense. We have strong defense at Brontor, so there's no way they can get through there.
Is it aligned with the scorpion thing?
I'd have to assume it's probably its mount.
They ride them.
Right.
Must have been a good fight then.
Well, from what I can tell, the scorpion thing's down. That's for sure.
How long before they become something?
Days.
Oh,
We should put it now then, regardless.
gosh.
What about the scorpion creature? Do we have to worry about it coming back some kind of...
Don't believe so.
Let's get up there and take care of this real quick.
Does a scorpion creature have a brain?
AP.
Are there any bags, packs, saddle accoutrements, anything like that on it that could be searched?
I've never known any type of animal that if you didn't hit it in the brain, it died. I just want to make sure that it's been hit in the brain.
Go ahead.
All right.
We'll take care of the body.
I will take care of it.
Yeah, I'll help the doors. Burn their dead and all that.
Or yeah, you don't see any saddlebags or anything on the scorpion thing.
Okay.
What are you doing?
I'm gonna be looking around, seeing for anything unusual.
Purposely didn't make me know that the creature is undead in our lore, so just because they didn't want to send him off.
Undead? Yeah, the creature's undead.
But I didn't mention that to anybody. That's why I keep that to myself.
Oh, well, okay, fair enough. The way you described it.
Yeah, I just described it. I didn't say it was like it was dead, or was it undead, or like
Okay, that's
just that it's a
fair.
humanoid shackle, like
All
dog
right.
creature.
Okay, fair enough.
I wanted to try to avoid that because I didn't want him to burst out and try to kill.
What? No.
What's yours? They didn't even find it.
So you've got everything gathered up. There you go. Anybody else want to do anything here for you at all? Still got about an hour walk.
Is there any water here we need to gather?
Just basic water skins and we have laying here.
We should probably gather what we can take with us.
I mean no offense to anyone here. I really don't. But that thing was looking for something, and I think we should look too. Maybe it was too dumb to understand. And we are not.
If it has a dog's head, then
Yes,
it doesn't have a big brain.
An
Dogs
animal.
aren't that smart.
I think your wolf would take exception to that.
Yeah, I'm all pat his little face on the head.
Yeah, see what happens next time you
It's
walk.
okay, boy. I see in his head. It's okay.
You gotta sleep sometime, and I gotta
Yeah.
I will lift the leg right by you.
White Fang is smarter than normal dogs, if you can understand me.
It's also a wolf, not a
And
dog.
mines can understand mind speak. He's smarter than normal dogs.
Good
While
boy.
while we gather up the, if you want to look around, Maya will make sure we
Yeah,
have
I'll
all
look around
supplies.
with you.
Investigation checks.
18.
7.
Everything's been tore through, but you're not seeing anything out of the normal. Just kind of survival gear, something like that sort.
Are you satisfied?
They told me I learned my stubbornness from you.
Did they?
They're torn up.
Yeah, he was tearing through everything.
Yeah, but there's something underneath them.
Was anybody taking notes or scrolls or pages of information, anything like that?
It seems like that.
Okay.
I want to say on the last day I have here that I'm going to
Were there any maps?
While I'm looking
Obviously,
around,
it
do I
wasn't-
spot anything unusual?
I mean, obviously, it wasn't looking for food because there's all these dead dwarf bodies laying around.
I'm more concerned why it would specifically think the dwarves have whatever it's looking for.
8.
Dwarves,
Let's see anything.
did you have like a ruler of your camp?
I mean, we all kind of share the same titles.
So you're like a squire? Is everybody a squire? I'm trying not to be insulting. I really am not. I don't know.
We are soldiers.
Okay. So, is there a chief soldier?
And his buddy was a soldier.
Is he one of the dead people? Dead dwarves?
Our captain's not here.
Oh. Okay.
Meaning?
He's back and run forward.
He's by at the base.
Okay. I was about to say, if he's dead, then we.
So these are just all other soldiers. Okay.
Soldiers.
On the way back, I wanted to ask him, on the way on our trip there, is there anything in your history, how long have these things been attacking you?
I mean, they come and go.
Yeah.
Ever since we've tried to settle this land.
How long ago?
Well, here about almost 200 years ago, I think. You can ask historians more about it.
You too, so there wasn't anything
200
in
years.
your history back 200 years ago where you took treasures from an area to help build your area.
Well, I don't know.
Did you say 2,000 or
Or
200
was
years
your
ago?
place built on top of something else?
We built into a mountain.
No records of these here. I'm sorry.
I go over to, unless they've gathered up all the bodies, I go over to one of the bodies.
Oh, we burned them already.
Oh, you're burning them?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Fine. Okay.
Yeah, that's what we were doing while you were.
Okay, please
here.
excuse me.
Yeah.
I was gonna dig through their stuff. I'm never making any bones about it. I was gonna dig through their stuff. What do they do? What are they gonna care about? They're dead, right?
Well, I'm sure. Well, we don't know how they. Neither of us know how they see they're dead. So.
Okay.
I
I said it'll be
What
days
sort
and
of
days
thing?
before they come back from anything,
Couldn't use it.
and they're all just all lying there dead. I'm just gonna go through.
No, really.
Guys, look, this thing was looking for something. We said that. This thing was looking for something. That
Okay.
says we should be looking for something to me.
No.
But if they're all burned up, they're all burned up.
Yeah, I will have to burn everybody while you guys are investigating.
Alright, ready for the reveal of the gates.
Mm-hmm.
They're all dead. Several giant scorpions. It's like, God help me!
Are those arrows stuck in the sand?
Those are bolts.
Are the guards up there dead?
No. They have circles around them still.
Here, let me give you a bigger view.
Holy crap, that's a lot of guards.
Main base, they definitely don't have it coming.
It's their main city.
Now, does it look like something comparable to the Gates of Mordor kind of thing? Like a really huge gate?
Not that big.
Gotcha. You see two hobbits.
About 40 feet wide.
You see two hobbits and a skulking man. The gates are thunder!
No
We used to know so hey.
Back around behind them.
Green dragons.
And next to it, the service elevator.
But there are these strange orbs projecting light into the air that spotlights.
Are they just like daylight color?
You have spotlight technology.
It's magic.
Those are magic.
Of course, but I don't have fetchers.
Oh, it's magic.
I don't know.
I'll flop down and do my best to make a quick drawing of the front of Brontorum.
I follow the dwarves.
Does anybody speak Dwarvish?
I won't yet.
No.
I want to speak Bailey.
No.
Nope.
Nobody understands what they're saying, but
Chaos Glottal, Infernal,
Elvish.
Tin Babelfish.
Yub nub.
yeah.
That'll be when we meet the hobbits.
That's right. That's right.
Misa got bright lights.
Please, let's not go wherever that is.
Fish people.
What?
Fish people.
Yeah, the fish people. Damn the fish people. I poop in the water. Take that, fish people.
Boston's blue fish man. I'll talk like that.
so sorry.
Do we need to show that we are not more a threat?
come on in here.
While walking, I'm petting Nick Fang. You idiot.
I don't know.
I give up.
What opened the doors?
I'm assuming.
Just they start going.
Oh, they retracted.
They're dwarf doors.
There, that's technology. That's not magic, I'm sure. That's technology.
Yes, it is.
Magic levers.
You don't know what you need to is. It's basic, it's still technology, and it still makes you feel comfortable.
And then they slowly close behind you.
Well, we were invited.
Alright, wait here. And they start entering these side doors that look like they're gated essentially.
Alright, put on these friendship bracelets.
This is your guest pass. Welcome to Brontorum.
Your slave number 2031.
Yeah, it's a small world.
Your names are important. Don't worry about that.
My heat, my pump, just.
You're dripping.
When he does that, I smooth out my ear.
The beautiful curl.
Get a little beeswax out. Gloss the tips a little on the top. There we go. Now I'm feeling more official. Pretty.
You just wanna do anything while you're waiting here?
Keep an eye out.
Just pay attention and check the bearing with my orb of direction.
Is there anything on the walls? Artwork, gems, nothing, just stone walls.
Pretty standard.
I just hop up the ground, pull up my bow, and just start shooting straight up. But not like high enough that it could hit one of the guards. Just boom. Boom.
I'm gonna just.
Boom. With the same arrow.
Alright,
Oh, Lord.
stop that.
Please don't agitate them.
I'm bored.
Play with your dog.
He doesn't play at all. He fights.
He shakes.
Well, you sure can't climb.
Shake boy.
Stop manipulating my
I'm
dog.
not manipulating him. Here's a piece of tongue.
There we go. That was a better image of the kitten character from that red line.
Oh, there you go. Okay. All right.
Much close to why I should look like someone that got it's like
All right.
bright red.
All right.
Chris, you would notice the investigation's high enough.
I have my hand on. Ooh.
You
That's a-
kind of staying there for a
So
while.
he's a good boy.
Look down. And you're fairly certain that there's a big crack, like not really a crack, but a crease through the floor. Stretching all the way along.
Fuck. Everyone to the wall. To the wall.
What?
To the wall now.
Come on,
doors.
right.
Say that.
I'll start heading to the other one of the doors and back up to it.
Man starts to walk out. You alright?
No. Why is I point out the crease like this is some kind of trap, is it?
Oh, it definitely is.
I doubt if it's for us because they wouldn't have brought us in if they didn't want us to. I guess this is a defensive measure.
Why?
Well, if something breaks through the gate, they can just set off this trap.
Why's that?
Don't you mean Rabbit?
It looks like a male. I assume.
After the day we've had, forgive me, sir. After the day we've had, I expecting everything to go wrong at this point.
Are we in trouble?
You are safe now. I'll tell you that much.
I believe that.
Yeah. Natural 20 on that one. Well, that's percent.
Inside.
Natural 20.
10.
25 total.
Insight.
I believe you.
23 total.
And I have a 19.
You're definitely safer than you were.
Safe, relatively.
He's not like gotten ill intent or
Gotcha.
anything, it seems.
He doesn't
what-
have a
that's-
hand control with his thumb above a button or anything, but you're safe.
one-
You're
what
so
have you
much
called Mr.
safer than
On?
before. So much safer. Don't, nope. Yeah, just stay right where you are. So
That's-
much safer.
That's basically what I'm looking for. Like,
I just want to know why you're here. Why did, I mean, I understand why you're here, but why are you in the desert?
well,
Well, I would gladly be back in the forest that I was wandering around until some drow knocked me out and made me a slave.
each of us has our own story, but mostly consists of each of us looking up in a brow caravan being taken to wherever they were being taken. We were able to break free from a spider after a spider attacked the caravan.
2 giant spiders.
That doesn't matter.
Very true.
We still together from a sandstorm that was coming, came across some goblins and chased them down, trying to get some information. They attacked us. We met up with our goblin men.
Information?
There were soldiers.
Yeah, because he might have wanted information. I was wanting to kill him.
I thought we just killed him.
I was trying to make peace with them first before they dropped a net and rocks on us.
See, in retrospect, I would have liked to have talked to them first rather than just
You
slaughtered
can't
them
make friends
wholesale.
with the Greys. I can tell you that much.
Normally very hostile. In terms of our independent reasons,
Where'd that work go?
I was heading west to the coast. I don't know what that is.
he's lived
You're a
a
long way from the coast.
he's lived a sheltered life. Unfortunately, he's never been out of his
The last stop, the oasis.
oasis.
You've heard of that?
If
Oh,
if necrosis,
there?
what? What'd you say?
You're from there?
Oh yes,
Apparently, he's,
I lived there my whole life.
Have you seen people like him?
Apparently,
You're one
he
of those weird goblins.
Verdan. He takes offense to the goblin.
Not a goblin. A goblin like you were talking about the Greys, quote Greys.
For him,
Do I resemble that?
No, I'm in no offense.
he's here because he's apparently going off on his first adventure, from my understanding, and he also was.
Surprised to see any of your kind wondering about.
He does say that two of his people were captured by, or taken away by,
They were taken.
by other dwarves. Now,
Yes.
now I don't know if you have information on them or not. That's why he followed us to dwarves.
The soldier dwarves seemed as though they had no idea who Blighter and Rotter were.
I can't say I do either.
Chances are they're part of trade he may probably not even have any idea. As for my two other friends here, the gentleman is apparently looking for
A
lich.
total of 20?
Yes.
Not a 20, though.
Yeah.
Our elf friend is
When I
looking
meet him.
for a lich, a creature that killed his people.
My whole tribe.
Perhaps
I'm
I'm
not trying to
asking the
speak for
questions
my friend
incorrectly.
Marco here. His reasons are as so far. As for me, that's very complicated.
He comes from a different world.
continent.
From a different
No,
a
different world,
a
whatever.
world, yeah. The simplest terms. Several nights ago, did you happen to see anything like a? Would you have meteors on this world? Comets?
Oh,
Something similar to that come crashing from the sky recently.
I've talked to our researchers and whatnot.
Basically, I was on a ship that sailed amongst the stars. We were attacked. My crew was basically all gone. I tried to gather my things to go off and try to find civilization. Got immediately knocked out by the drill and enslaved.
he claims he comes from the gods.
It's
I say he's got knocked on the head and came from a different continent.
it's quite complicated where I come from. But
He talks about technology and science, but we know it's all magic. We know it's all magic.
to the door, basically how you're using levers, cogs, wheels to make things work. You understand basically.
Engineering.
Thank you. Engineering leads to the technology that we have, which eventually gets to a point where all of our items exhibit the same effects of magic.
Oh yes, that's right. Back to we're just small-brained little things. Okay, yes.
Well, we
So
don't-
much science, so far in the future, small-brain things.
Well, think of the solace that you have no magic.
Your tent is magic?
It is based off technology,
Magic.
engineering.
Magic.
Evil.
Your hair is magic?
That's from the radiation from our world.
Magic.
So
Just-
magic! Magic particles in the air, see?
You're not doing
I believe that you're
No, I'm-
infused with magic, is what it is. Maybe
This
that's
is
it.
what I'm.
You've
and
been dipped in a
I'm
magic
very- this is
river
all very
called
alien
Styx,
to me. I
and-
have
Do you
no
know what
idea
you're talking
what
about?
what
No.
the other
Styx.
magic is.
Oh, that's the place you do
Where
not
we
to
come
visit.
We don't have this kind of thing. In fact, I don't even have any other races. It's just humans. Which I'm not even sure if you have humans on this world. How long he was dwarf? Oh,
Oh,
I thought he was dwarf.
Dad, you're instantly
Well,
gonna regret what I'm about to do.
I would
I'm
still
about
look
to
at
say
him
to you.
skeptically.
Dad, look on Discord.
I'm losing my
I'm
mind.
about to tell something.
I was a dwarf. I didn't even notice. Yes, apparently I was something else. But you do have humans on here. Basically, where I come from, there are no other races but humans. There are different colored skin humans, but not very varieties that you have, obviously.
I see.
But that is it, man. We left. Me and 20 other units left
but
our
look what
world
it
to try to
traces
find
out
other
here.
people. So my ship was attacked by an unknown
I'm
force,
suddenly disgusted.
and I have no idea.
That
Again,
made
those
me
crews
like, I hate that.
over several hundred people. And I am basically lost on your world and have no idea how.
Your men fought against the Roper and lost one of their kind. One of their
I've already
Soldiers.
received their report.
We are sorry for the loss.
and some jackal man
Yes, some
was rooting for something in their tents, right?
Yes, apparently
I think some of our mages are calling them Shanti or something of that way.
Shanti?
The fact is that hopefully we're not going to be enslaved here now that we're here, and we're going to be free citizens amongst your people.
You walk completely free here, you don't have any debts or anything of that sort. You've even helped us out, so.
I'm obscenely wealthy.
I do have a bunch of gems.
Yeah, so probably 2 times more. We lucked out on a few things but I don't know what's considered extremely wealthy in your world.
Well, I have at least 10 times the money I had before I left my oasis, so I am obscenely wealthy.
We'll find out here shortly.
To you.
My main goal at this point for me is to visit, try to find out each of the major cities, meet with the leaders, and try to discuss with them about my world, if they can assist me in any way, or just the basic understanding of your culture. And it's my goal, unless my sister ship can make it here, I need to try to have as much reported about what I've discovered on this world.
So you come to speak with our leader?
It's possible. I know each world can have its own policies on that. I don't expect that you'd easily agree to that, though. But there's no real one leader to all these continents of the world. There's each city has its own representative.
For the most part.
And you slave people here.
Sometimes. The dark hold is a very valuable resource.
The what?
You don't know this place at all, do you?
No.
Never heard of it.
I haven't heard much of anything.
Yeah.
Well, the dark hold is a huge prison / mining facility.
The dark hole? Is it here?
Indeed.
What's the name of the city again?
Oh,
Ground floor.
it's under this door, right? Is that what it is?
Listen, when you want to speak with someone, do you want to speak with someone now? This is what I'm asking.
If at all possible, if you have to make arrangements, I understand. We're in no super rush. At least I'm not.
Let me show you into the city. We'll see what we can do.
If you can't, I understand that they have to earn the right to meet with this person. I understand. I'll do what I can. I have very little to offer, unfortunately.
I'm doubling down on looking around and making sure that everything's all right and keeping my eyes open. Because if this is a prison.
Alright, well, main gates there will open up. And he will lead you inside.
My thanks.
Good.
Wait for it to load.
Do you follow any main what is your main commodity here? Is mercenary, war, slave, any other major trade?
Mostly slave, but we also get gems from the mining and metals.
So you're more of a mineral resource, labor, trade city, correct?
But as you enter, you notice that the atmosphere here is very smoggy.
Like tents and like.
All right,
red?
I'm masked. I've got my face wrappings. I put them on.
Just very
Polluted. Gotcha.
London, 1870.
Oh, what, Hong Kong? So like, I know there's
Why do I
several
keep my
like
coat-
Asian.
Los Angeles,
Yeah.
1987.
So
The
weird.
height of chlorofluoral
Like Asia,
hydrocarbons.
Heavily small right now.
But you're free to roam around as you wish. This is our main strip. Well, you find most of the major stores.
Law, general, just what general laws do you have? No stealing, of course. No inciting violence.
Essentially anywhere else you'd go.
What about inciting revolution? I'm talking to someone.
If you want to stay out of the Darkhold, behave yourselves.
Okay. I just want to make sure there's not some. If I step on this crack out, it will be the holy motherland of. Okay, good.
You can't go there. I'll point way off in the distance, and you do see this not a huge fortress, but it's a fortress that is like built into the walls, and you can see underneath it. It's just a pit.
Ooh, cool. So we are in actual open air right now. Okay.
So generally,
Big carved out mountain. essentially.
right now, any suggestions for marketplace area we can visit?
If you're looking to rest, you can hit up the bar over there. That building.
Do you mind if I make a map?
What you will.
He's a cartographer for the most part. He's trying to make a map everywhere. We could also fascinate
And take a census of Verdans.
I don't think you'll find any.
Why would you say that? There have to be at least two, other than me. There must be.
Not you know.
What other how many other dwarf races are there on this continent? Or is it
Wait.
How many other races are you?
dwarves. I mean, are there more than just one variation of dwarves here, or just the one?
I mean, you can get real technical. There's mountain and gold dwarves.
Are there any on this continent specifically other than yours?
No.
There's different types.
Just like there's wood elves
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
and drow. I mean, they're technically
I suppose you're right.
or variations of
Goblins.
or non-goblins. I try to keep the G word down. I appreciate all you done, sir. I will be making rest at that bar. I mean, if there is confirmation of me being able to meet with any kind of leader here to discuss any of this, I'd be appreciative of it. If not, I understand.
I'll let you know.
Alright.
He'll start to kind of walk away from you guys, and you see him pull out a stone and start speaking to him.
Can we hear what he says?
Have them arrested at all.
The eagle's like.
Can I infer?
Oh, there's those good rolls. There's those good rolls.
I'd like to infer what I'm looking at and what he's holding. What would that be?
Arcana.
Not one on 10. Yeah.
Some kind of communication, something. Or maybe he's just talking to a rock.
President of Rep.
Funny, you don't hear. He is asking for one Fergus Trollbuster.
Fergus Trollbuster. Damn, I want to have a drink with that guy. Really, really bad.
I'll head to the if you like, I will see about having, for all the help you've all had, I will see about paying for your accommodations for the night.
What?
I'm going to the bar and get us a room for the night. We don't know how long we're going to be here. I will pay for your room for the night.
Sounds good to me.
A room? I have my tent.
This is a big tent with nice bed, soft bed, and
Oh,
food and that kind of.
it's a home.
It's a rented home. You rent it for a night.
I don't know.
It'll be there
It'll
for
be
you.
okay.
It'll be there for you if you want it.
There'll be food there, drink.
I will go see. I don't know.
I'll head to the.
I mean, okay. I stop and I look around carefully. And essentially what I'm looking for is, are there people And are there subjects to those people? Because I know what being a slave is.
Mannerisms and all that.
Yes. Okay. I know what the looks are. I know what being beaten is. I know what this is.
Unless you see that guy in the rubber suit that's being yanked along.
That's a different version that I don't know. that's that one I don't know.
Make an insight check.
All right. This one. Ooh. That's a 5. I know that's a 5.
You don't see anybody who looks like they're a slave.
What's the park called?
The burnished brandy.
They have brandy. They have alcohol. Thank God.
No, that's the chick that owns it.
Oh.
She's burnished.
Whatever at this point.
Hey, I'm nervous. I gotta be quiet.
At this point, I can't blame you.
I'm gonna go with
Hobble.
serious risk taker.
Badminton patron. It's not too busy at the moment. There's some 2 bars sitting up there playing music. No, you can't see very well. But as you start to walk in,
We don't serve their kind here.
this woman here will kind of glance over as Whiteface's trying to come in. Hey. No dogs in here. No dogs.
It's a wolf.
No wolves.
No animals allowed in Boffer right now, alright?
I go to Whitefang and say, stay with Meyer. And watch over him.
If the wire goes.
Never mind.
There's all going.
Oh, and
Please tell me you're not gonna go like that.
Yes, I'm going to go in.
Just almost stay right outside.
I'm just don't understand why everybody's making a fuss when I have a 10. So I'm gonna try to understand. And so I'll go in
Meyer
and
to
I'll
stay outside, and if
Human.
anybody tries to grab
You
you,
human
bite him.
behind the bar. What can I get you? Quite fair.
I appreciate that. We are looking for rooms for the night. Is there do you offer that service here?
Yeah. They're underneath the bar.
Gotcha. That's fine. For my 4 companions, how much would that be?
How many rooms do you want tonight?
I'd say
You charge about 5 silver a room.
do 1 room each. And a drink for each one. Well,
Discord.
Copper.
okay.
And this one's something more expensive.
I just
there-
want some water.
Are there servants?
Water.
Alcohol.
I mean, you see a barmaid.
I wanted to go with a wild thing. Do you have rum?
You do. Spiced or not?
Not. Just a nice cup of rum. Would anyone else have some rum?
No.
Rum?
Water, then, please. So,
Wait, you're
20 silver and 1 copper for the.
You got any ale?
Don't think so. Alright, check back.
How about carrots?
I haven't done any carrots recently, no.
Alright, so.
I go to the barmaid.
I don't have any silver, I mainly have.
Can I help you?
So I'll have them exchange.
I don't understand this place much, but are you a slave here?
No. I work here. For money.
You work here for money?
Indeed.
I was told this was a slave town and that these were slave people, slave enforcer people. But you're not a slave? Are lots of people here slaves?
He's been stuck in one place
Slaves
most
we
of his
have
life.
Here are in the dark hole.
Oh, that's the second time I've heard that name. It's a mine?
And a prison, technically.
Oh. So the people there,
Work for free.
If I give you,
Oh,
if I were to rent room for all 4 of us for next 4 days, it'd be 80 silver, right? And
I can cut that down to say 5 gold.
for 5 gold for a
oh,
week.
that's right. You need to get that leg put up.
Yes. Here's 5 gold. I'll take it for the 4 room for a week. I appreciate it.
Don't have too much business.
if
right now, so-
I'm going to interject. Are we going with the gold and platinum and silver and whatever rates like we did in our previous game, or
Yeah.
so? Okay, all right,
10 silver, 1 gold.
okay.
That will take care of you guys for the rest of the week. You can choose what you do. I'll need to make. I'm going to probably be here for a couple days trying to figure out what to do with myself.
Okay. I'm going to. I don't know about staying here. This.
It's close to the gate, means we have an easy way to get out of here if necessary. We're not too
It's
deep.
got to be much more comfortable than your tent.
In fact, after we get our drinks, we'll show you.
But it's comfortable. Do you know what I mean?
Not
How about you put your?
everybody
Here's an idea. How about you set up the tent in your room?
Oh,
That's just weird.
I'm trying to make it work for you.
Put your tent outside with white pang.
Yeah.
The room's there
Would he
for you.
stay?
Hmm?
Would he stay?
Well, he can't
Yes,
come in.
you can.
I will do that. I'm uncomfortable in here.
We'll
And-
keep the room he decides.
And I would like to see to my map and have a
Probably
new entry and to make some notes and ask people questions.
a lot easier to do that in here than it is in your tent.
Well, I
go
will
out-
check up on you.
The room is available if you need it. If you choose to change your mind, it's there for you.
Okay.
I go out and ask people where the nearest archery range is.
Audrey, I mean, you head it over to the Bronze Anvil and get some shooting done if you really want.
Okay.
Am I going to get in any trouble if I set my tent up outside?
Yeah, not
Yes,
about it.
the guard.
Oh. Oh. Some of those guards don't like me very much. Okay.
I'm looking for on that case, I'm sorry to bother you. I'm looking for pieces of armor.
Pieces
You
of
know,
eight.
like an
Pieces
armor
of
suit
eight.
for this
Pieces of 8.
city.
Bronze Anvil.
I have you pointed in the right direction.
Thanks.
Right next door.
And I will head that way. I'm going to the armor smith to try to get some boots to start working on repairing my survival suit.
I'm going to be purchasing my archery.
Okay.
Now you enter into this place, and it looks like it has weapons, armor. It's got training dummies and archery range, and some kind of seating area with like a pit underneath. It's gated. Is that maybe for fights?
In the back, you
Oh.
see a big slug man. Uchiha Kuwaka Oh god, it's a Rayquel pit.
I want to walk around this place. Are there any? Is there any gambling, card games, dice games?
Oh,
Looking around a little while.
what's a shame I'm not there. I've got cups and balls and a stacked deck. It's a
In
shame.
that case, I will set my drink on the stage and get up on the stage with the bards, pull out my pipes, and start playing along.
Love to have a company.
Nothing like a good tune.
You see one guy that has a frog like from Harry Potter.
Over in the corner is Blobbo the Butt, next to the Rancor pit.
You two walk into the Bronze Anvil. How can we help you?
I'm basically going to go to the main shop there and try to disguise what I need, the pieces of fighting that I need from armor.
I'm just going to be shooting around at the targets.
Since I'm trying to get that adamantium armor.
Don't forget to get your arrows.
See what he even offer me. I don't know how much it cost.
What you looking for?
What are you buying?
Ultra suit.
It's gonna take a lot to repair.
This is an easy one. Probably at least 400 gold pieces.
I have this half-plate armor and great axe we got from the orc. Can I use this as collateral for trade? I have 250 to spare of gold. Of what? The gold.
Make a persuasion check.
11. And I can trade in the scale mail, the +1 scale mail for the bombs also.
If you give me all three, I could probably make it work.
That'll work. I'll get started on it now. I thank you for your help. Alright.
What'd you give him? I'm just curious.
I have a scale mail that was basically what I could make out of what I had, but to get the components to make my adamantium armor, I traded in the great axe, which we can't use from the work, and that half plate hat.
Oh.
Plus most of my gold, but I knew it was going to cost half because it was expensive anyways.
Okay.
You
So-
can use my tools, feel free.
Yeah, that's pretty much all of my gold. I appreciate it. I will get started on that. And that's pretty much all my gold.
So I need to find a guard and ask if I can set up my tent.
Street right side.
Okay, I will walk up to one because they look like the soldiers.
They look human soldiers.
Oh, okay, but I mean they look similar to the dwarven soldiers. Hi.
Let me blow one up so you can see.
Ah! Meyer, what'd you do?
Into the dark hole with you.
That's kind of what they look like. You can see the ones.
Okay.
We help you.
I don't want to stay in the inn. I find it uncomfortable. But I have a tent. Can I set it up?
Not here. On any other area, yeah, the level you know, but not here on the main street. We like to keep it somewhat tidy.
I'm clean.
But it kind of looks bad if we have tents. No.
Oh. Well, if I were to go on the opposite side of the inn, or the blacksmith, would that be? Well, then, what do you mean by level?
You go right over here and they'll like point towards the fortress where there's the pit. And he kind of points out that there's a path that starts to go down, and
Okay.
that's where all the other residential housings are, and everything of that sort. You can probably set up down there.
Oh. Oh. Is that quite a ways?
It's a little ways away. You haven't even been up to the pit, so you don't know how deep it is or anything, but
Hmm. I guess I'll stay in the room.
Why are they like crap here about letting me set up a tent?
oh no.
Okay. Where did you guys go? You went to the forge? Would I know they went to the forge?
You would have seen us walk to it. It's just right.
Okay, I'm gonna slump into the room I'm staying at the inn.
To show you to your room. I'm sorry, Meyer. I know it makes you uncomfortable.
They said that I could set up my tent in the residential place on the road to the Darkhold. That's a long way away.
That it would not make me feel comfortable to do that either.
Me neither. Because I don't want to faint.
Yeah. Stefanico, are you in here?
You quite hear me?
I'll play pipes with the bar.
Oh, okay. All right. You're not in the blacksmith.
No.
Boston.
Okay. I need something to cheer me up. I'm gonna go and find White Fang. Is he outside? Okay, I go to White Fang. I get out a small, a ridiculously small bench for a 3 foot tall person. It's probably, you know, like a little footstool kind of thing, only even a little bit smaller. And I get out my 3 wood cups and a ball. I put the ball in there and I get White Fang's attention. Watch boy. Okay, put the ball in the cup and slide him around. Which one? I say the dog.
Sleight of hand check
Yeah.
versus his perception.
My perception.
Mr. Wolf's perception.
Perception is.
Did you let him smell the ball first? If so,
No, I didn't think about that, but
Yeah, you probably wouldn't know that.
yeah, I see what you're saying, but no,
7.
I had 18.
He's the wrong one.
Oh. Okay, so I reveal the one with the ball and try again. And I'm gonna keep doing this to entertain myself, more than anything. My master taught me this. He always thought it was funny, but it kind of calms my brain a little bit.
I rolled a 16 plus 2 would be 18.
You fight. I let the dog win occasionally and entertain myself.
Quite a lot of playing music. You do notice the dwarf is just standing there like waiting for you to be done, more or less.
Yep. Sundial says it's my turn. Technology.
Pull out extra guns. That one. Technology.
I'll finish the song and then I'll thank the bards and I will approach said dwarf. Do you know me, sir?
I was told to meet with you and your group. You know, you haven't gone, I say, years, but I imagine you're the one looking for, at least one of them. I am further Strollbuster.
Ah.
So you're here, you're new to the area. Figure you might need some work. If you're
Possibly. My friends all went to the forge. Maybe we should go join them.
fair enough.
My hair just falls down to a welding net.
Yeah, would he have to roll to see if his hair catches on fire?
There's a lot of product in there, baby.
That's all natural. That's all natural. Like I said, that radiation made it like that.
You see White Fang and Meyer outside.
Ah,
Yeah, and he's shuffling the cups around with the ball underneath it. Which one, boy? Dog.
Oh, where's everybody else?
Oh, poor dog.
Make sure
What?
that, are you charging money for this dog to play?
Money?
I just be careful with debts here.
I don't understand. This is entertaining.
Okay, good.
I mean, yeah, it is. My master did this. He always found it entertaining.
Yeah, I'll try to cough for the rum too. That makes me count.
Is this one of your friends?
This is one of my friends. This
Hey,
is mine.
Stefanico. You want to guess where the ball is? Watch.
I'll play.
No. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. You ready?
You're now enslaved.
Here's the ball. Welcome to the dark hole. Okay, here's the ball. There it is. All right, ready? Careful. Bing. Guess.
You got 14.
Okay. 10.
And it's the right one.
Wow, you did really good. Do you want to try again? Oh.
Not as well. Bet there's no money on it.
I'm obscenely wealthy. How much money?
50 gold pieces?
Oh, now, boy.
Since you're
All right, you better be careful here.
Why?
You better be careful. Just better be careful.
Why?
We're new here. We don't want to offend anyone. 50 gold, that's a lot of gold.
He's obscenely wealthy.
Well, that's what he says. I mean, compared to the dog, maybe.
Dog's got a big pile of gold.
I would have twice as much obscene wealth.
Yeah, or half.
Oh.
Or none.
Well, be more than none.
Maybe.
I have a question for you. Because Master was no fool, and he didn't set me out into the world knowing absolutely nothing about the world. It was my intention to use minor illusion to make the ball, if he chose right, look as though he chose wrong. Would that get me in trouble? Lots of trouble?
If found out, probably.
Oh, okay, all right.
But
But
essentially, they'll let you use your spell DC instead of your sleight of hand.
I may risk it. Just because.
Well, you wouldn't have a concept of what the trouble would be.
No, I
So
would,
you wouldn't have any.
because what I do know is my master taught me this game, and that my master taught me how to win this game, and that's it. Now it's entertaining because it's a little thing to do, but I'm not trying to win against the dog. I'm actually just entertaining myself more than anything. But now somebody's trying to,
Swindle you, essentially.
well,
Because you're saying you're obscene about it.
yeah. But now, at the same time, I'm not the smartest thing that there is. So I'm gonna try. All right.
If you lose your money, it's not on.
Yep.
You're inside packaging. You don't even know what the hell's going on out there.
Boing.
Against my spell DC? Yeah, he wins.
Boing.
Just kind of.
Oh. Yeah. I guess you win.
So much for all this fun.
Keep your money, I like it.
Oh. Double or nothing? Ah, no.
No, half double.
Nope. Wow. You are what my master would call a good sport. I don't entirely understand what that means, but since you kind of let this go, I guess it means you're okay.
Sure.
Thanks.
Anyways,
I say let's go inside and talk to everybody else.
go talk shop, I suppose.
So, who's your friend? Stefano, who's your friend?
This is Fergus Trollbuster.
Pleasure to meet you. Oh,
You have a great name.
Wine.
I'm Meyer. I'm named after a swamp.
Wine.
well, I earned my last name, just so you know.
Wine.
Whoa. What's a troll?
Wine.
Ugly looking green creature, usually green. You don't know who we're
I get called a goblin a lot.
Wine.
You're not a goblin.
Thank you!
I've seen plenty of goblins. You're not a goblin.
You're my best friend. Can I buy you like a, Oh, actually, I have some tongue of a roper. Would you like a piece?
No thanks.
Oh, okay.
It's an acquired taste. I'm a vegetarian myself.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't think about that earlier.
It's all
It's
right.
not a
I've got some
vegetable.
carrot too.
It's a rock monster. It's not a vegetable. Yeah, I should have thought.
I'm assuming they're signaling to me that they're here.
Wine.
Oh, Meyer, what's going on?
Wine.
This guy is named after beating large green creatures.
This Fergus. Guy we're looking for.
Fergus Trollbuster.
Are you the leader of this?
I am paying
I'm
no
not
attention to
bothered
any
with
of
it.
this. I'm just absorbed in trying to hit the middle.
The captain said he was going to set.
Hitting. You're target shooting.
I don't
That's
know.
right.
Make suggestions during council meetings, but that's about it. I'm the representative from Cold's End.
Good. Thank you very much. Sorry. I'm
Oh,
sorry to.
Cord. I go out. 1 second. I need you for just 1 second. Cord is in the stars over this way in the east. He rises every 1,000 years. He rises every 1,000 years. Okay?
So-
and he's prominent in the sky for 5,000 years, at which point he rests again.
So one of your the world's gods, correct?
Yeah, where you came from, the gods. Yeah.
We'll get to that. Excellent to meet you, Sir Trollbuster. My name is Mr. Fergus. I am a serious risk taker, captain of the Hawken. This is going to take a minute to explain. I'm basically going to run down the details as best I can. And you need to walk and
Buster.
And as I said, I'm here to try to, for multiple reasons. First,
Is
contact.
Fergus human?
I think so, yes. Fergus is human, right?
He's a dwarf.
Or
Oh. How
I
there's a mild amount of disappointment suddenly in Meyer's eye.
I'm here.
that's what it looks like.
Nice. It looks like the dude from Dragon Age 2.
Cool.
I loved him. He was
It is cool.
One of my favorite characters from the Dragon.
love those cuffs.
I love him even more now.
Well, some of us do.
Yeah, so I'm here representing.
These dwarves are nothing but kind.
You're right. You're right. So far.
I'm here representing my people. They
And one of them let me out of a 50 gold piece bet too. So I don't have a lot to complain
and
about.
unfortunately, since I don't have any way to contact my people, I'm currently a permanent resident on this world. So I'm looking for any way I can assist, make good ties.
So, quite a story you've got there.
Did you ever?
I had a better idea of who attacked us.
Any
but
fights that we've
all I
done in
know
the
is
past,
that
have you gotten
from
anything real
the
bad?
readings
Anything?
when I was
No?
asleep,
No
my captain's quarters,
Okay.
we entered a zone not quite similar to the stars that we normally traverse. We were.
I gotta mention
And
this so that
Before I
so
could
that you
get to the
understand.
command center to retaliate,
Chris in particular,
there was no way
he
for us
has
to
to
retaliate
take
to fight back
a
until
long
we
rest
crashed here.
in order to
Most of the
recover his
pretty much all.
Okay. And what you see
I'm
right
last
now, long
survivor, so
rest
I'll do my
equals
best
7
to-
minus your proficiency bonus.
Until they can either
So
send out a rescue party for me, Because after a
days
certain amount of time, they'll
of
send out
rest.
a secondary
Okay,
unit
so
to
he
try
needs,
retrace
in
the
order
path.
to
Well,
recover
survive.
all the way.
But until then, I'm a current resident, and I need to make as many
Okay, so
proper ties around
what
here and make a
this
good impression
does
for all people.
is it forces the game to slow down. Okay, it forces us to think about what we're doing and how fast we're doing it or how slow we're doing it. So in essence, for almost a week, we're going to be right here while he does what's necessary to recoup himself. Any one of us can have this happen to us.
Honestly, that probably would be a bad thing to get established.
You are
It being
okay.
stabbed and landing on it.
Now I want to ask that question
That probably
because I
that
know
would
it's
probably be
taken some
good, but
data
it'd make it
stuff like
easier
that.
to meet
I
any
don't know how that
representatives
works
of
on the
those
IRS,
in your area.
but
So,
I want to make
and
sure
having
that's
more
something that we have
funds.
to do, and that's part of this too. Okay, because any one of us can suffer this.
You know, that is a
Daddy.
that is a question that I'll have to get to from leaders.
Thwang.
Are there any women here?
More of the question. This is actually more of a personal quandary about. So, just like in here with the races, I guess it's more for the record from my people. What do you consider to be the best lovier race around here? What is best for companionship?
Not ropers.
I'm a nice guy.
Not quite what I mean.
What?
I know what he means. You are a little too young to understand.
I'm
You've been here for
20
20
something.
years.
The sense of irony.
You've been here for 20. I've been here for 100
Oh, well played. I think it's also
This
been
point, I'm
lost a
just
little
trying
bit,
to
but that's okay.
It's a fun thing to find out. It's interesting to see where each culture views as who's the superior race and, well, making us happy. It's a fun little thing to find out. You find from our race that most people seem to think that their race is the best at doing it. You never see anyone who's honest about which one they think is the best. Other than themselves. They always think themselves is. It's always interesting to see how honest another race can be about it.
Are there weapons and stuff hanging on the walls?
Yeah.
I would like to look around and see if I.
Are you gonna try and get my attention because I'm too busy?
It's kind of more
Okay,
fun.
your business.
That's true. That's true.
Good time with the young team.
Search Gygax files.
What kind of creature is that?
Semi-snake.
Ooh, a Naja. Interesting.
What?
Not quite that odd.
Steak woman.
Don't let him know, but it was Percival's sister. Another cast member.
I love the fact that he's on us.
You consider him honest?
I'm as honest as they come.
I consider it honest that he didn't go for the strict answer of that we're the best lovers in the world.
Huh?
Most race teams it tends to say that they're, in terms of lovers, their race is the best. They usually are very honest about it. It's always an interesting question.
Mine's the most prolific.
That's actually a good question for you, Tanaka. What do you think?
About what?
What would you say races you come across so far is the best lover?
I don't know. I've only been with her in common. We're not compatible to many else.
I don't see how-
Corkscrew.
So right now it's Kerrigan. See, I told you. Most of them just go themselves.
Thwang. Thwang.
I appreciate the honesty. It's always a fun little thing to do.
Sure.
See how honest a race is about, well, anything that. All that is the trust of knowing that you're willing to not just say I'm the best, we're the best. Always love that idea. Alright. So that's where we find out more about people, more about the world. I'm more than happy to try to do a job. Right now I'm trying to fix my armor to make sure I'm ready for any situation, but what would need me?
We need you to get your leg right.
You do look a bit messed up.
Wayne.
It's probably going to be another couple of weeks before they set out. But I was hoping, since I'm sort of in charge of certain protections around here, you might be able to help me out on a little fourth step.
Bodyguard mercenary work?
More or less.
It's easy enough. We've already had our fair share of fights so far.
I've shot my arrows. I go to pick them,
Any
turn it up,
particular-
turn around, and see them, and I walk over.
Guard a small supply of gems being transported to Emissary in exchange for silks
Oh.
and spices.
Who's this guy?
High value trade agreement. Any idea what creatures that might be coming? Spiders, orcs, goblins, drow?
Anything out there?
Do we have to worry about our other guest, the weird scorpion and dog?
The jackal man.
The jackal, yes.
That's a very rare occurrence.
Oh.
There is something that was odd. They did appear to be looking for something, but the regular soldier enemies didn't. Your regular soldiers did not know. Are you aware of?
He saw.
I had a good look at at the aftermath, and it was looking through the tents, through bodies, like it was searching for something and didn't find it, and then wandered off. Any idea what they might be looking for?
No clue.
Fergus, can I ask you some questions since he's saying you're an honest person? Do you know who Blighter and Rutter are? They're my family.
Yes, he's looking for two other species people. He said that dwarves took.
Or, for that matter, if there's any other Verdant here, they'd be Verdant.
I haven't seen any.
Who is this
Have you
man?
seen Verdant before?
I've been to the last stop.
That's
once.
Vergus. That's the guy. That's Butcher.
I was shooting my bow and
You
arrows.
This is the.
have been to the last stop
Just once.
6 years ago?
It's been a long time.
Would you be able? I guess in terms of one of the things we can ask for assistance. Would there be any records of the people who have been there like 6 years ago? Any caravans? That's part of the portion of helping you keep
Records from that long ago, I doubt it.
I don't even know.
Fergus? 6 years ago?
It's
Like I said, I'm not entirely sure.
whatever.
Do I see any weapons that might catch my eye?
Perception check.
Would the historians in the area have records of anything that far back, or is it not important to them to have that?
They're usually worried about other things, to be honest.
10.
You've got a good selection here, but I'm not seeing any.
Nothing that sticks out or is extra shiny.
I'm trying. How many? Do you have a record? How many expeditions actually made it to the oasis that he's come from? Is it a common area or is it very rare?
It's pretty rare. It's pretty hard to find. I happened there by accident here, actually.
How many people just you? How
Were
many years
you-
ago?
Were you
At least
alone?
5. Well, it was me and a couple others.
Watch out, he's probably going to be very, very angry.
Are you alright?
No.
Exactly 6 years ago. That's when his
6 years ago,
people
some of your kind stole Blighter and Rotter.
Bought. My master's treasure hoard increased the next day. I didn't know that for some time. It took me nearly a month to understand, but came from that night when
Well,
Blighter
that's-
and Rotter disappeared.
I have never owned slaves.
Insight is 16.
It seems like it's on the trip.
There'd be records of slave purchases or anything like that back in that time when slaves were brought in. I'd assume they'd probably be in the dark.
I mean,
though.
if they were brought to the dark hole, more than likely you'll find records.
Is it possible to get records?
Keeper keeps all the records.
Would it be possible to get records around that time? If we do this job for you.
I could put in a good word with the keeper.
So that's a start. I mean, that's a start for us. We earn the trust of people here. We can earn a favor, and then we can see about getting the records and narrow it down.
He's not the kindest man, so it's gonna take some persuading.
If this job will help in that persuasion, I don't mind doing it for Meyer. He's helped us out immensely.
Have you ever seen a Verdun before?
When I was at the last stop.
How many?
There weren't very many there when I was there.
Nope. But there were some. And we are all a little bit crazy in color. And you would know.
Originally there was him, Blighter, and Rotter. So he's asking if you saw 3 or 1.
Probably 3. There's at least 2 or 3.
Did you buy my family?
I did not.
You are paranoid about
It's
this.
not paranoid. I'm excited about it.
You're never gonna get it in
8.
Question: when you entered this oasis and came out, was there a discrepancy in time? Like, did more time pass outside than inside? Like,
It's hard to tell.
the idea is that while it may have been 6 years for you,
I'm gonna have another soda.
Okay.
it could have been far longer for those outside the oasis.
I've never noticed anything. Well,
You've never been out.
I've
of it.
only been out of the oasis for a couple days. I
Exactly.
suppose.
If for you, what 6 years could have been 20 years for them.
Yes, the dwarves' lives, like elves, last a very long time.
We mark the sun like everyone does. We have dials. We watch the stars. These things are real just like anybody else. All of the stars, all of those gods up there, they're the same ones.
We're in a mountain.
He's got a point. Regardless, I am up for helping you with this progress. Do not mind. If it'll help get supplies, money, give me an understanding of the world, and help Meyer, I do not mind doing it.
You'd be traveling with a dignitary.
Dignitary?
Person. He's the one that relays our comings and goings to him, sir.
Are these
Dwarf, human?
Young.
are these gems from your mine?
They are.
Would you buy people to throw in your mine?
No.
Then what would?
They're not bought slaves.
Oh, okay. I'm trying.
I thought we were.
I am angry.
He's angry.
I'm.
Gems is probably are used to. Well, they still have no way of making normal clothing here and all that. The gems are usually.
Okay, but I'm saying, my family was bought, but they don't buy slaves and throw them in the hold. So why would they buy them? Why would anyone buy them then?
Well, that's a good question, though. I need to find out exactly if there was any
What
records.
would you buy a slave for? To serve, right? They're serving down there, but you don't buy them?
We don't buy them. They're delivered to us. If someone bought them, they're more likely keeping them. Somewhere.
Then does anyone here keep slaves?
I don't believe so. Maybe the keeper, but that's.
We need to find out more about this.
We're not
keeper
really
then.
allowed in his fortress, so.
I think that's one of our biggest things. We need to find out more about this keeper. But right now, unless we.
Well, I tell you what. I will join to curry good favor with you, Fergus, and with Bruntorum. But will you help? I'm desperate to find my family.
I'll do everything I can for you.
I would appreciate that. Stefanico, Are you for this, or we need to pay for your services?
How do we, my master used to have a drink when ending a bargain. Can we have a drink to make our bargain?
Sure.
I have water.
What drink would you like?
I've got this bottle of wine I've been saving for a little while. He pulls that out of the pouch. It's way bigger than it should be in the pouch.
For you, I'm sure. For me, it's.
You got any vegetable raw?
Yes.
Oh, no, this is
I-
made of grapes.
I'll get out my one of my little wood cups.
Also, are you coming along? We might be able to find more information about this person you're looking for, this that you're
They
looking
call
for.
it
Yes.
fairy jizz.
Oh, I know all that!
A new exporter
Somebody
across the
come up
seas. New exporter across the seas.
It's a furball named Merc. He works with the Baron and his other station, his summer home is on an island named Shangri-La.
Newly fortified with Asmodeus. Crossed out. Vitamins.
Extra fairy.
Definitely not in.
Or Incubus.
To work and lighter and lighter.
To work and I don't know.
We will be at the Burnished Brandy for the next week. I'll see what I can do about extending that stay as long as you need us to. For right now, we'll rest up and be ready, get ourselves ready for when you need us.
Fair enough. Take this and I'll lend you a small pouch. Just to say, welcome to Brown Tour. I'll take this and leave.
Take a look at it and see what
It explodes.
It's two different colored verdant ears.
Damn you, fuck!
It's about 25 gold pieces.
Since we're all doing this, I'll split it up. So we'll have 4 ways there, buddy. So.
I'm more obscenely wealthy? Yes!
That'd be like 6 apiece.
You keep the 7th one.
Okay. Thank you. I have gold again. I was pretty much broke.
You're as poor as I used to be.
Are there any throwing daggers? Not
I have literally
throwing
had like 1
daggers,
gold
but
left
like
after all.
Okay, no, that's cool, dude.
Might get a couple.
That took
Gold
care of
pieces.
Try it out.
What would we get?
75 plus 6.
I'd love that.
For each dagger, that's going to be 2 gold pieces.
Alright, I'll take 2.
You know I have 3 right now.
I'll take 200 and I just like to toss them.
If you buy 10, I throw in a free bandolier.
Bandolier.
How much would that be?
That'd be 20 gold pieces.
I'll take.
I have 90 gold pieces.
You're obscenely wealthy.
Now I am. I had 9.
I had 7.
You also got 75.
No, that's part of 75 plus 6.
Oh,
Yeah.
And plus 9.
Anything like that.
Yeah, plus 9.
See, what do I go?
Alright.
I go back to
Yeah.
I mean, I've got my thieves tools, but if there's anything, more specific, specialty.
I'm basically in my boxer shorts.
I did happen to get my hands on this, and he will slide over the table and say it's a pair of leather gloves.
What can you tell me about it?
Well, they make your fingers a bit more nimble for that kind of work.
Look how floaty they are.
So breathable.
These are the fingerless leather gloves of sticky hands.
And they work on cell phones. Beep, boop, boop, beep.
That's the important part. They give you a +5 if you're stuck in.
Ooh. How much you want for?
About 500 gold pieces.
I don't have that much. If I do have this, I'll take out the rough gem.
What about 5 silver?
You owe me 6 gold just for looking at that piece of crap. You found a kobolite.
You also did steal a sack of gems.
I can give you 10 gold for it.
10 gold? Look at the size of this thing.
Yeah.
Nah, I don't have enough. I'll put back in my pouch.
Fair enough.
But thank you for the daggers and the bandolier. You want to get some vegetable raw?
Maybe somewhere.
Pulls out a bottle of. Try this special round poison brandy.
Love to have those.
What were they?
Give you plus the gloves that give you +5 to your sleight of hand.
I wouldn't mind.
I can buy your money and see how you go.
We could each have one.
You get +2 to your sleight.
But when we hold hands,
You get +5.
you get all the +5.
And my hands defense this armor as I'm rebuilding it.
All right, now I'm gonna interject here. You have to take at least 5 days to recover, right?
He's gonna be out 2 weeks before you can call us, so I already have it set up.
Oh, okay, that's fair enough. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I gotta take some time
Now,
to recover.
our other question was the wolf. The wolf got injured pretty bad, but he didn't have to roll on any charts. Like these guys had to roll on charts.
I don't think
In particular,
he
you
didn't go
don't get me
down,
wrong.
though, did he?
No, but I was just curious. Is that part of the long rest situation?
When you go down, you have a chance to get
Okay, all right, fair enough. All right, so that's the answer. The wolf doesn't need to take long rests like he does because he never went to 0 hit points and got hopelessly massacred. Okay.
hopelessly chewed.
Yeah.
But, I heard you talking Fergus. If you're going to be venturing out, I highly recommend you go and visit Vox's Virtues. At least get yourself a decanter in this water and keep yourself hydrated out there.
What?
That's a really good idea.
A what?
Endless, like a spring and an oasis,
Sure.
but you take it with you?
What's about? I'm confused. What's you talking about? What endless water?
The magic shop is just across the road your way down.
Oh,
I immediately leave, fast.
I go with him.
if you have the Stefano, here's my 7 gold. Will you see if you can get me one of these, if you would please?
What, you want a decanter as well?
Yes, if you don't
Oh,
mind.
absolutely.
I appreciate it. I gave you the 7 gold already.
I don't remember you giving me it.
I'm 7 pounds lighter at the
No,
moment.
they're already gone. No one knows. What? You only gave me 4. What are you talking about?
I'll remember that next time I have to shoot a syringe into you.
Alright, so you guys walk into the magic shop. Welcome. How can I be of service?
My first thing to do is I'm looking around for people who work here beyond the person who just talked to us. No? Okay.
Seems to be slightly bigger half elf.
I have to tell you something. You're not here, You're not.
No, I'm still working
I
on
have
my
to tell
armor.
you something. This whole situation makes me a little bit nauseous. This whole
Oh, sorry about the
place.
rest.
What? These giant.
You're kidding? Yes, like mushrooms.
But
Cats
still
like
alive.
mushrooms.
I do not believe it. Of all crap up here, it went for a mushroom.
Don't get mad at Big Bella. She's old. She's
Hey,
starving.
it was really a taste
And
for cats to go for the olives.
Yeah. We had a cat that ate olives.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, Stinkerman. He used to eat olives. He loved them. He heard the thing open. He heard the jar open. He'd come running for him.
Our cats did shade all the icing tops off a box of donuts.
Is that right?
Yeah, because my son's girlfriend works for Black Daddy's,
Yeah.
and they brought some donuts home the other night. Well, Laura left them sitting on the living room couch. He ate all the icing off the tops of 3 of them.
Oh my God.
So, I mean, he had to be on sugar high. He would not believe
Oh my God. Wow.
he's a dumb cat. So,
Wow.
when you pour his food in his bowl, he bats at it. It goes everywhere. Seriously.
We have Justice, our fat one. He buries all the food. He'll sit there. I don't want to eat this. And he buries all the food. Like it's terrible, but he eats like nobody's business. 17 pounds. Yeah, I confess to Sphonico that this is a little hard to take in. All of these people, and this is a city, and there's more of it underground. This is starting to get to me a little bit. But a thing that makes water forever? I gotta see. Do you have a thing that makes water
can't have
forever?
endless water.
I do, I've got plenty. You looking to buy one?
How much?
I sell them for 100 gold.
You gave me 7 gold.
I didn't know they were that expensive.
100 gold.
Does anybody have 10 gold?
That's cheaper than you'll find anywhere else.
I believe that.
Yeah,
We get 1 at least.
I believe you. 8.
Inside there.
This may seem strange, but will you make it work?
You want me to show you an example, or is that what you're saying? Stop it.
And it just
Seems to
it
work.
just goes and goes and goes and goes.
Does anybody
Ball
have
with
10 gold?
You take the 7.
I would say we should just pool our money
Yeah.
by 1.
Yeah.
I have 90 gold pieces.
You want to give all 90? Sure.
How much do you have?
You don't need to know.
How much do you have?
You don't need to know.
I have that gem.
What gem?
You don't know. You
What are
have
you
no
talking
idea.
about?
You have no idea.
Alright, now watch this. He takes some paper and wraps it up and sticks it in his pants.
I do have something.
He pulls out a paper out of his ear and just starts pouring out.
If everyone gives 25 gold, we'll have enough to buy it. We'll have 1. That'll be enough for all of us.
How much would you take these for? How much? What would these patch of gems be for? How much?
Let me see.
Yeah.
Give you 30 gold for 'em.
Would that be able to buy the decanter of endless water?
Oh, 70 more gold.
That plus 70 gold get you the decanter.
I only have 50 gold to give. If he gives his gems and I give my 50 gold, can we buy it?
Well, you'd still be a bit short.
Is that a racial slur?
I'm a bit short. I think there's a side door.
I didn't know you just said that.
We each put in 25. That's 100. We can purchase one, and we will all have one for our use. It's endless. It won't matter.
As long as none of you have any transmittable diseases. That's why I'm studying this rat.
Rat?
Well,
Do you have what other
Poke.
magic items do you have?
I do have a case of herpes.
I will loan you my bar. You may keep my bar of soap.
Soap?
Oh.
What's soap?
It's animal fat.
What?
Well,
Not me.
he's right. It is boiled
That
and,
sounds awesome.
and skimmed
Oh my god!
and molded.
That sounds really disgusting.
I sell some here.
Okay. Let's get our decanter. 25 gold apiece.
I agree. I think,
There's 3 of you.
Oh, that's right. He's not. Well,
and he doesn't have 25.
I
he
gave you
only
se-
gave me 7. So
I didn't know that.
You will owe me 18, or he won't get any
Is that all his
Get it
money?
from the door.
Do it.
Somebody owes you money.
Nah, he's a nice guy.
I said I'll give it back to you. Just I had no idea how expensive they're going to be, so
I'm just.
I know.
I will apply 50 if I'm allowed to carry it.
I trust him with it.
What happens if we get separated and I need water?
Oh,
I don't know.
A lot of groups just buy one and fill up water skins with it. But
I carry 2 water skins because, I mean, it's a desert.
I carry one. Because I'm used
Well, I
to
got
jungle.
water skins too, but
Do you wish to carry it?
I'll carry it. What? Turn me now. I'm not like you.
a dog carry on his little like a little barrel on.
Yeah.
Can we have this shaped in a barrel? Born by the dog. Actually, like that idea.
all right, that's fine.
Actually, like that idea a lot.
You can do it.
Thank you. I
I
give
toss in
over
my
50
custard
gold.
jam. Well, I go through and pick out enough for 25.
why? Believe you one and
I have a lot of gems in here. I'll take the biggest emerald.
interested in anything else while you're here? If you feel like money. I got the stuff.
What
I
other
built a
magic
death
items do you have here?
What's that?
What other magic items do you have here?
Well, we've recently perfected this, and he'll hold up a little potion bottle. It is a amber-colored potion.
You got the decanter. Okay.
Yes.
What this does, it's called Sleep and Thought. It gives you
Yeah, that's what they call this too. I'll pull up my little bottle out. Did you copy that name off me?
You owe me. You owe me 100. It's a trademark.
Yeah.
Trademark
Give
this.
me another decanter. I'll roll persuasion.
what essentially allows you to do stay awake for 8 hours. As long as you're not doing anything, and you get the same effects as the rest of
You call it an espresso. You have 100 of them, apparently they're God mode.
Only 25 gold.
Only.
That's cheap.
I'm sure it is. Just not anymore.
Got any magic rings?
Ooh, I'm certain I do.
Alright, I have this one. It doesn't look like much, but when you put it in a fire, it has elven writing on it. Apparently it
Is that
controls...
the same one that cut your finger off too?
I don't know about that. I believe it has something to do with controlling all other rings. Apparently you can own all of dwarves, men, and elves with this thing.
I have a few rings you might be interested in. Imagine since you're struggling for cash and you're willing to keep the price range low. I have a ring of jumping for 150 gold.
That's too rich for my one.
Most of my magical rings are at least that much. If you're looking for work, I need more rats.
Work?
You need rats?
Ooh.
Oh.
You can catch them all around the residential areas and pick.
What are we talking here?
Do they need to be alive?
A copper piece per rat? No, they can be dead.
A copper piece.
There's probably enough down there to get a couple hundred gold.
I could snipe them from a long
Yeah.
way away.
Yeah, we all have a potential to sniper bastards.
Yeah, I've set up
There's been
traps.
a bit of disease spreading through the residential area, so I'm trying to study them and see if they might be the cause or if it's something else.
A disease? I go over. He's got this rat on a table, right?
Tell me, rat, what disease do you have?
I mean, is it,
Staples like the director.
yeah, okay, all right. So is this thing like pinned down and autopsied kind of thing? Okay.
He's got a whole bunch of tools and stuff.
So this is a rat.
You got a deal.
One copper piece? And we have to go to a disease area?
Children to do this.
Children.
Okay. I have a map to make, but
It's for science.
Well, you can make your map. I'll go.
for, excuse me, what?
Science.
Magic?
Slam!
Did I hear someone say science? So like my comp starts looking to my right.
Does he have like the bargain bin of common magic items? Okay.
This adamantium armor for like 10 gold.
What?
Even common items are not cheap.
No, that's fine. Don't get me wrong. Damn it, this is not what I want.
Would it be possible for me to develop some kind of trap or snare that would enable me to catch many, many rats without a lot of effort?
Make a intelligence check.
I do have an idea, but you have to tell me about this whole thing before I can do it.
I learned all about this in that James Bond movie. Get all the rats into one place. And the rats, they used to like eating coconut. Now they
13.
just like eating rat.
You can make basic rat traps and stuff like that. It might be more money than it's worth, though.
Yeah.
I can just go along and zap them from 100 feet away.
My wolf can eat them.
We don't want to eat them. We want to bring them back alive.
We'll kill them.
Also, you don't.
It doesn't matter. They can be dead.
Well, he doesn't eat them I don't think he wants poo.
Okay.
I don't think he wants poo.
If you can capture them alive, I give you more food. Probably 5 carbon.
Guys, I have a couple ideas, but you guys have to tell me if I can tell me about this.
You can experiment on them more with science.
Science! I'm blind!
Did someone
He
say
finally
that?
comes in here. Got a lot of magic to do.
I just give it up at this point.
Oh my gosh.
I'll be right back.
Well, I have an idea like this. You guys want to tell me about this? I can make a bag, and it was one of my things. I haven't used it today. Make a bag of holding. We set like holes, but just herd live ones into a bag.
That's an excellent idea.
Can you make me one?
I do want at least one a day. That's
Make
right now.
me one.
Well, right now, if you want to tell me about this money trick, then I don't mind helping you set up trap. But again, I would have a good idea about this too.
Yeah.
You, me, with all 4 of us, we should easily come up with ideas for traps and like that. We just herd a bunch of live ones into a bag holding.
Yeah. Wolves would be very advantageous in hunting rats, don't you think?
I don't want to get the wolf disease. This problem with these things carrying diseases. I wouldn't want to get them. I don't want to use a scroll revivify yet.
Come on.
I almost already had to use it for myself.
Okay.
Yeah, this plate. Man, once I'm finished with, we'll get my AC up to 18. Plus, I'll be enhancing it. We'll be getting it up to 19.
Awesome.
Well, it'll become useful once I actually can activate my armor. I'll lose the disadvantages, and I'll be able to make it use my intelligence and my strength.
So,
But to say you guys will need to come tell me what's going on.
All right, you got a deal. We'll be back.
I close at 8 o'clock.
What time is it?
7:59.
Oh.
I'm not sure.
Well, I'm sure we can come back the next day too.
Full.
Okay, we got 4 hours.
Anytime. To live is fine. I've got a bit of that.
I rush out and go straight to serious.
Okay.
Hey! Ah! Gentle pressure!
Do you have anything that would help a a cartographer? I'd like to make maps. I have my crayons and my parchment, but is there anything that would help?
Let me see what I've got. It might help you.
Like, I can make illusions, so that can help me later when I want to make, like, what inside this place looks like, and write it down if I wanted to, or the front of the city. I could remember it and then make it in front of me and then draw it later.
I've got an empty set, so I'll probably give you that, and have you turn that into
Yeah.
the...
Have
Like I
this
said, I do all day
cartographer's
right now.
map case. It's much kind of interesting.
I have a scroll case. What does it do?
Well, it's kind of interesting. It's pretty complex. So
planning on going to Mechanicus anytime soon, are you? That's what we do that.
Hand this to Primus. He will instantly know where the orrery of the Wanderer is and seek vengeance.
To use it, you make a perception check, and upon doing so, it can generate a map.
Whoa. What's perception?
Give me,
Yeah, but you could
give
copy
me
it after
possible
that.
shortcuts. It can reduce your travel time.
That's awesome.
Yeah, especially in this desert.
If your check is high enough, it gives you notes on the terrain, granting you advantage on your next ability check while you travel through the mapped area.
Gosh, cool.
Once per day.
Definitely for this, something we definitely want to come back and get when we're on the traveling as much as we are.
I would.
It is 75 gold pieces.
Oh.
We can keep that in mind.
That's 7,500 rats. I have a great idea. Let's go get some rats.
That's where we were going.
7,500 rats.
Oh, they're alive!
2,500 rats.
2 million.
4 hours later.
I will go get him.
You open the door, bring more rats, right?
Oh God!
I have an empty sack. He says he can make a bag of holding.
Yes.
I go dibs on it.
His bag.
You call dibs.
You get your own
Calling
bag.
dibs on my sack?
Yeah.
I'm not listening to this. I knew I asked a lover question earlier, but not like this. Alright, so
What needs to be involved in that?
Your infusions, I think it takes a few minutes. But
Yeah.
you just
yeah.
plant benefits into it, which for you is science.
Yes, I technology and science, alright. What are we doing?
I'm gonna go catch some rats.
Me too. 7,500 of them.
Which that half elf was wearing a mask the entire time. He was working and talking to you guys.
Why? Explain to me what's going on.
If we capture or kill 7,500 rats at 1 copper piece apiece, that will allow me to buy this really cool scroll case.
It will be helpful in what we're about to do.
Sounds like it would be.
7,500 rats. We only have 4 hours though. So,
Per day.
come here, P.S.
Here's the top note. Start pulling out like the circuitry and shit. Do I need to? There you go.
So what's this, a bag of holding now?
Yes.
Sack of holding.
Yeah. Glad I was able to salvage all that stuff from the ship, at least. Do you need assistance making traps for these things? Is there any dangers to the rat? Are they like gigantic or?
They're diseased.
Please wear a mask.
That's why I'm not going.
Give me a moment. I'll make some mask for them. Where these?
I will rivet these pieces of metal to your mouth and nose. You'll be fine.
Feel like you can't breathe? Then you can't keep
I'll take some cloth and stuff like that. Make some. Just try to keep these on. I don't know why this disease spreads, but be careful. So just. Was the man where? You said there's some kind of man paying you money for this?
Yes.
Was he wearing any kind of face covering?
Yeah, he had a mask on.
Yeah,
He
probably.
did?
Mm-hmm.
I was too enchanted by the things to notice.
Keep these on just in case. If you need help making traps or any kind of thing that will lure them to the sack or anything like that, Go ahead.
I had an idea.
Hmm.
See, I can shoot rats from a long way away. If we find a bunch, I can make an illusion like they're running down the end of a alley, but we have a cage there instead that they run into, and then we should close the cage, and now we have.
How about making a block of cheese?
Yes, but it wouldn't smell. It would just look like a block.
I think the whole place probably smells down there with a lot of rats.
And disease.
Yeah,
Don't
disease.
forget the
Yeah.
disease.
After I finished with this, I will come meet you guys. Where are you heading?
To the residential area, on our way to where the Darkhold is, where the disease is.
Stay away from the area that the captain mentioned not to go. We don't want to get into trouble, but
We get more money if they're alive.
try to use the sack to catch me as long as you can.
The sack?
I gave it to Funko. It's a sack of it. It will now do what my fanny pack does, where it just has.
Oh, yes, the portal to the endless extra dimension. Correct. Okay.
You're learning.
I continue to shoot my bow.
You could come with us and help us kill him.
No, I don't want to die.
I don't know how long it'll take to fix all of this, but when I'm done, I'll come and join them.
So essentially, we're going to go through the period of resting, hunting
Yeah.
rats, everything like that. It's going to be a couple weeks.
Gotcha.
So you want to accomplish your suit of armor?
Yes.
Clearly. That'll probably take you a couple days.
Yeah. Then I'll join them for hunting rats.
After the week is up, you guys would be level 3. We're going to do that once you've done the long rest.
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
Cool. That'll
Yeah.
be everything I need. It'll really put us me up in a good
But
spot.
each day somebody spends hunting rats, roll a d20.
Oh yeah. How many days have we done so far? I didn't do
For
first.
the rest 5. You can be done with your armor in 2 days.
No, I need to do is
Yeah, but you need 5 days of rest.
it's shooting rats, and then I'll be that.
Oh, okay, I'm just putting it out there
Yeah,
because
right.
the long rest is 7 minus your proficiency bonus days of rest.
Well, then I should rest first. Then I will hold off until I've rested. So I don't know how many days it'll take.
So you would have 9 days of rat hunting.
It's a D. How about this? 20.
D20.
So how many days would we have?
For you guys, since you don't rest, you're not resting, it'd be 14.
14. Do you just want a total, or do you want each of the numbers?
Where's it
You can just do totals.
Are you hunting rats or not hunting rats?
Oh no, I'm not
It's
doing
just
right.
20 or one.
There's a lot of space on luck. How many you find?
Nice. Well, there's a 6, a natural 20, a 16, and a 13. So let me write those down. 9 days.
Okay, 4.
If anybody rolled natural one, let me know.
Oh, a 1?
You get to eat.
Nope.
11, 7.
20.
Oh,
That
I
was
rolled a
12.
Natural one?
I did as well.
Roll Constitution saving throw.
You have nothing in Constitution.
17.
What?
You have nothing in
I
Constitution.
take any damage?
I do. A little bit.
4 to 1. Hold on. Constitution.
Oh! I rolled really well for my constitution. That would
14.
total of 22.
Got that burdened black blood.
I do.
My total is 268.
Total.
Now, how do we determine whether those are alive?
I got stuff to.
Okay.
255. Nowhere near 7,500.
How do we roll precision on your alive or not?
I'll do stuff to kind of say some or more.
Yeah, my last day I got 1.
Me too.
You didn't catch disease.
No, but I'm a lot closer than that, and I think it wasn't.
You had to beat a 12 for DC.
No, what happens with disease?
All kinds of fun stuff.
It's
Wow.
bubonic. It comes from rats.
105. Oh, sorry, 105.
It's 628 total. That's what I got.
Thank you.
He's a good boy.
157 gold pieces. Or, sorry, silver. So,
15
gold.
15 gold.
Not quite what we need for your case. We'll get to it.
Thank you very much. This will help my research. Alright, time to get to work.
So, Fergus gave us a bag with how much gold? 25?
25, which I split evenly with you guys. I got 7
Right.
and
Okay.
Yeah.
got a 6. I gave you my 7 for the candor.
We'll give you your 7 back.
Oh,
Good
no, I meant.
God. Because we paid for the decanter.
What's up?
You're not gonna tell me you
You're right. Yep. I don't know. I don't know. You're right.
It's a monster
You
response.
guys remember things so different from me. I don't understand.
Okay.
Yeah, he's just gonna tell me that.
Yeah. Hey. No. I got it. No problem.
Well, I know. I wasn't there.
Yep. Me either. No.
Well, it was 25 gold apiece, so technically you owe me 18.
You also got a bag. Your bag in this holding here, so as you people call it.
Well, I don't recall discussing the price.
Neither did I.
Yeah, well, thanks.
You owe me 18 gold now.
No. You can't make the deal after the job.
I never.
That's unfair.
No.
Guards walk by, hey, somebody else money.
Yeah, he owes me 18 gold.
He owes me 18 gold.
Can you find the ball?
You never asked if it was priced.
Why did I ask you?
Why should I have to ask you if I owe you anything? I just
I
need.
paid your 25, so you're not going to break out of the water?
Oh, I will. The simple fact is,
Well,
I gave you a free sack. I gave you a free sack.
No. You owe me 18 gold.
Let's go ask
I
this-
paid your 25 out of my own pocket.
I wanna
to
go
cover
ask
the
the-
rest of it. So if you want a drink, you're going to
Just
pay me
imagine
the
how much is
18
these
gold.
bags and infinite holding cost.
The guys holding there about 250.
Yeah, you see. So you owe me. You owe me
There was
200 more gold.
nothing said by you.
220
I'll ask for a
gold.
price.
I never said. You never asked.
Well, why should I have to? All I did is ask you if you do this.
Just
You
go
said
sell the
sure.
thing. Just go sell the thing. Make that much money.
Take it up with the gods, they'll probably bring you over to the local attorney and do everything sorted.
Burt Reynolds, really?
Well, however much.
Burt Reynolds laugh.
Yeah, about, whatever time we're not spending finding or slaughtering rats, I'm mapping. And then resting in between, but
I'm
not
not
much
helping
else.
you guys.
Discovered that around Forum, essentially, when you go to the pit, and there's like a path that goes down, and around, and there's, at least from what you could tell, at least 15 different levels.
Basically, my free time besides after I'm done resting, I'm all visit around, look around, meet the people, find out more history about the. Try to get more custom with everything in the area.
And at the very bottom one, they have essentially an elevator, like a crank, that goes down to the dark hole.
Engineering technology. Someone in this world has it.
Meister plays.
I guess at the time that I'm not hunting rats, I'll look for a good
Sorry,
party.
PJ.
Or a dice game. Something I can increase my gold with.
You now owe 1,000 gold.
You can probably find one after a long time of searching. A lot of people here are scared.
Fucking dead.
So what are we gonna do with our 157 silver pieces?
I pay for our hotel since we've been here for another week.
Yeah.
Well, that'd be fine. Yeah, because our stay has been extended.
Yeah.
Okay. How much extra would we need for our extended stay? 2 weeks worth of rats killing? Probably even out. All that work for what?
He'll charge you another 7 gold.
Yep. There goes all of my gold.
About a week's worth, reckon.
Okay, no, it's fine. It can come out of the rat killing. I don't have a
Yeah,
problem with
I'll
that.
take it out of the rat money.
Oh, how much
Yeah.
money? How much
It was
gold did we make?
15 total, 15 gold, 7 silver pieces. So we can
You
take it out of the
charge us
rat money.
another 5?
7.
Okay, so that leaves 8. I think.
He charged us 15.
Seems that we have.
Right. It certainly seems. You like games?
I love games.
I've got a game,
I don't want to play your game.
but it's fun.
You want to bet some money?
Sure, I bet a guard 50 gold pieces.
Oh, well.
Right, you were there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you want to try?
No. Looking
How
for
about-
a good dice game.
Dice. Got a deck of cards.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
You ever heard of poker?
No.
I've quintessentially now done the very starting journey of any RPG in the world. Go to the basement and kill rats. My journey to this so far has been absolutely complete.
We didn't start in a tavern. We ended up in one.
Went to the basement of this city basically and just killed rats. Great. This will be something right back home.
Oh,
Captain's log 53.
Scheiße, that's right. Okay. I'd be spending all my time map making essentially this place. That'd probably really be it beyond
I mean,
rat
you guys
killing.
have a lot of time.
Okay. Then the other thing is to ask about Verdun. I'll find. Well, probably. Well,
Are you going to ask me about anything that's in it?
No.
I suppose it'd be the idea that I'd be willing to ask about anybody, but I don't know hierarchies or anything
Yeah,
like
you're
that.
gonna
If there's
go
somebody
for Verdun.
more who I should be asking or anything like that. I mean, the most noteworthy person I know at this point is Fergus.
Yep.
Make a charisma check.
Get in the back of my white carriage here. I got candy.
There's no windows in this carriage.
I got birthday
It's gotta be
candy here.
stifling in there. That candy's probably melted. Where's it?
Gotta open the door, take a look. I know it's dark in there. Just take a real good look.
See that big hole that you
Now let me get a hose to help you down there. Take this bottle of lotion.
Is your name Bill?
They call me Buffalo.
I have a total of 20.
Roll 20.
Yeah.
Okay. You do hear some rumors from a halfling you find down there. I've heard Drumbull, the goblin that they call the council, he's got some. It's that little goblin with a
Drumbull?
Drumbull.
Drumbore.
scientist.
Science!
During the,
Self-proclaimed scientist.
also, since during the week, get a lot of free time, I will add a +1 to all your guys' armor and your main weapon.
What does that mean?
I basically enchant your gear.
Swordsman's up.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's enhanced defense and enhanced attack. I can add a permanent plus to any.
So one weapon?
One to your weapon, which adds to all your attack rolls and stuff like that.
Oh.
And
Well,
one to,
you can do it to every many weapons. Just
well,
like
it's like
so
only
many
do,
per day.
yeah, so many, but we have all week. I can also do it +1 to your IC. So
The enchantments
Oh.
only go away after he
After he
dies,
dies.
so many days later.
Oh,
So we add one to our armor class and
Yeah.
one to each of our weapons?
yeah, you will.
well, I'll put it on my spear, but I don't even
That's
really
awesome.
use the spear.
Yeah, I'll be eventually able to get it up pretty great, like up to a +4 on level 20. But I gotta live that long. Not
Yeah.
get disease, broke my leg, broke. Get eaten by another roper.
17.
With this armor and my level up, I want to be.
You would increase the attack bonus or damage.
It's a attack roll and the bow damage. It's basically a weapon +1 now.
So after spending a couple weeks here, you would find out what each of the representatives, who they are, and stuff like that. So you got Drone Boy, the goblin from Stonefold.
Drum. 4.
Yep.
Goblin from. Cool. Goblin from.
Huh.
From where?
Stonefold.
Stonebolts.
Stonebolt.
Vault.
Vault?
Yeah,
Sorry,
Stonefold.
excuse me.
Chaos Vault.
Cool.
You got Fergus. Poor Dangle. You got him there. You got Del Rio Dustcloak.
Galrio?
Gallerio. G-E-O-R-I-O.
From where?
Dilbaldor. Oakson.
Dilboldor. Dust cloak, correct?
Mm-hmm. You've got Hizard Denbrew, the keeper of the Darkhold.
Izod?
Mm-hmm.
The keeper.
What's his last name again?
Denbrew.
Is he a dwarf?
Like B-R-E-W?
D-I-M. Brew. Yeah, there you go. Dwarf. Morcani Ervo of Nightcliff.
Morcani?
M-O-R-C-A-N-I.
Drow?
Yep.
Orkani, the drow from.
Nightcliff.
Now, these are all people in this town.
This is like the council, right?
Yeah. Representatives. He technically his odds in charge. But the rest of these guys are advisors from the other cities, essentially. And then you have Percival. He just goes by Percival. From Emissary.
Percival's got a weird mouth.
Percival from.
Emissary.
Is he human?
He is a Yaunty pure blood.
And he's from where, I'm sorry?
Emissary.
Emissary.
Yaunty people. I'll bring that up. We're not maps. Oh, I'm missing one.
Hey, PBS.
the orcish representative.
Trogmort?
Mm-hmm.
He is an orc.
He is.
The orc rep from where?
From Quadrucas.
So there's quite the uneasy alliance going on here.
You know, they've got people from all over. But, Ron Forum is essentially the center
Capital or whatever.
place where everybody comes to meet. And they have to decide things. Make trees and whatnot.
Probably the safest place on the continent.
Hmm. Well, if I learn from this, said a halfling told me about Drumbore. I guess for me, the next to do is go find this guy, if it's possible.
Make another charisma check.
It's a good jump from hit points too. This one's at 33.
Ooh, that's
I got a
substantially
little
less.
hit points, so I got 33 hit points.
7.
Should we go ahead and level up now, or should we
Yeah.
wait?
Go ahead.
Oh, okay, all right.
We'll play end this session with you guys being ready to go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Would you be going to the festival? Wonderful, man. Just don't bring the eggs near him, you know.
It's so gross. Oh God, what is his throat doing?
I need my feet tough.
Do a major info drop. I guess you guys would be able to ask around and learn a bit more information about the continent and the cities.
I'm mostly just gonna be in my room or at the
I'm trying to think what would be the best question to ask.
blacksmith. Place to shoot
Where
the bow.
is Blighter and Rotter?
Who's the best lover you think?
Once with this change thing.
So amazing. They don't say their own
You were.
Change. This person says changeling.
His name was better.
Ooh, you swing multiple ways. I see it.
Baron had no gender.
If you
You
be
can make up any gender you want.
At one point turned into a small kobold.
Damn good looking one, baby. That's right. Hey, right. 7 plus 2 9.
I'm trying to go over each of the towns, just very, very basic information.
Is there any major conflicts happening across the world? Like any particular at war with anybody?
fires and orcs and
No, another
elves that are
spell.
wolf elves and humans that are wolf humans and fires for the land and
West. Sorry, throat so rough. So more like soul arrest, or is it actual like?
well, the far continent is wolf between the elves and dwarves because they are burning their lands, of course. Where is that? Oh, yes. But earlier than that.
Yeah, so the night elves are still currently dealing with the Cockney orcs. I think there's a Lich King coming.
I don't know what is that. Yeah.
They found a bunch of pandas.
A panda.
Panda men.
There was this weird,
One called Jackie Chun.
Oh, yes. Yes.
there was this peacock.
He was destroying everything until the panda with a rhino, a monkey, a tiger, and a red panda just took him out.
Yes.
Okay, so the orcs know they're at war over Brain lands.
War could break out really at any point between some cities here. Just need a spot.
So the town has iffy alliances. Is there any great threat to most of the world here at the moment?
I'd say no. Not that anybody knows of, anyway. That's what adventures are for. Find that stuff out and take care of it. Damn, who knows?
I heard their planet is on their whole moon is on fire right now for some reason. Not sure why. I swear I could hear one of them laughing. Toad!
A quick question. On the death saves, does that go away, or do I need to keep that marked?
They go away after a long rest.
Okay. So at the end of that 2 week, okay.
Oh, that's the
Now,
pact.
let me ask you this. If he added a +1 to everything, would I add +1 to my bracers of archery as well, so that they would do
Just
that?
all
Okay.
armor and weapons.
Non-magical.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
In this town, is there any race that's treated more unfairly than others?
Dolphins,
Do they have?
orcs.
Is that the one with the biggest iffy chance of sparking a feud with all the alliances?
In Mysteria and the rest of the world, well, the rest of Rodon is pretty tense.
Are there any areas majorly known up to stay away from on this continent?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Don't go anywhere near the ruins. Don't be closest.
I heard we shouldn't go to that veiled oasis either. There's really creepy things going around.
Goblins. I probably wouldn't go near the slaver camp either, which is the wild vultures observe viper, fleecorns, and drones, jackals.
So anywhere to the south.
Yeah, they like to camp out right outside the lines of the orcs. Makes it easy to deliver.
If we were trying to charter a boat off this continent to another one, what would be our best direction?
Oh, depends on which way you're going.
They don't have supposed to go across the various continents, or they just station
Well,
go.
they do, but
Yeah, well, we're gonna go to Cordzamble, or are we going to
Right.
Stonemold, or like, you know.
Which would be the safer one to be able to.
If you go into to Staffordale, you definitely want to take probably Stonewall and Nightcliff. But if you're heading, say, to Alcazar, then
Hey, you're home!
you're probably going to want to take Corzan,
But I don't wanna go there.
because that would just bring you back around to the
Do each of these continents have like a major city with leaders in them?
Oh, I'd say so.
Well, I didn't know the representatives at one point.
Stafford. And go up to, what's that one? Be Rovenhall. Yeah, that's right. Rovenhall. And Alkenhold. Yeah.
Alkenhold? Alkenhold. What was the other one?
Stafford
Stafford.
and Rovenhall. Put a lot of work into this.
Oh,
That's awesome, man.
yeah.
These maps are just awesome.
Zoomed in and tried to put roads in.
Yeah, we'll make our way to each one of these.
It's a lot different than the old drawing everything out on hex pages.
Right.
You got these things in.
What?
Those are hexes, those are square.
Great, this is from a cartographer. we're doomed. Hey, it's where the Deep Slayers go.
Yeah, what's the purple?
You don't know?
I'm from that continent.
Well, it's a cursed forest.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Just forest. I think I've heard about some of them. Not that I never really go near them because
I think for all your help, I'll have to go to the other cities to try to find out more. Here's the silver, thank you. God, it's like a busboy at a hotel.
Proficiency modifier go up?
Not for me, anyways.
Well, then it's not for anybody.
Goes up till 5th or 6th.
I can't remember.
On next level, I can get my first mage thing will get tough, so I can increase my hit points.
Usually
even
the
better.
proficiency roll goes up, like it's a jump. And
Yeah.
2 to like 5. And
Okay, that's fine. I just couldn't remember. So.
So by this, we're going to be called by Fergus, Trollbuster, and to meet up with this guy, correct?
yeah, I'll introduce you to Percival.
Okay.
Well done, Noble, and
Well, I'm ready whenever everyone else is. We can get established and start moseying along, and then have the to be continued to play out.
next time.
And next time, Sirius reveals his trump card.
Next time, how big are the virgin penises?
Come on. Forfeit time!
Wow. Wow. If you have to insert a key somewhere, I'm gonna get sick.
Killing
Some of the rats stand up. Kung Fu.
You get to fight the king rat, okay? Whenever we find the king rat, you guys can have a battle where the two of you throw one another into buildings.
Suddenly there's a big where you see the smoke and suddenly a rat. He's only about this.
Insert Godzilla noise for a giant rat.
He's not even half the size of Briar.
I gotta tell you, a couple years ago, while my wife was in Florida, I came home from work one day, and there was a rat in front of my bedroom door.
Oh my God.
Tail and everything was about this long. It was dead. No blood, no bite marks, no nothing. The cats were all outside. I found out later it was Steve, the rabbit.
The rabbit killed it?
Rabbit. They kill rats.
Rabbits are dangerous.
Yeah, they use their back feet and break their necks.
Pretty rabbit.
You ever seen
Hey,
a rabbit
Steve.
attack something?
No.
Oh,
I
they're-
don't.
They like latch on and just kick.
Yeah, and he's bit me a couple times. Not real serious, but enough to draw blood.
Yeah. Oh, golly. Well, I am upabled Meyer. Awesome.
Yeah, my hit points still suck though.
Do they?
I got a nice big jump on mine, so.
Oh.
Plus my AC.
I don't have any constitution bonus.
Yeah, I got 33 hit points now. I got real high.
You
So
do
this
have
will
more
be
hit
kind
points
of a
than me.
switch. I'm going to be the low hit point one.
I've got 26 hit points.
Well,
Yeah,
in general,
I
you-
rolled 7 and I had 2, so I mean,
Well, generally, you weren't supposed to be that close to the roper to begin with.
in all fairness, yes.
But my AC's skyrocket now with all of this, but it costs 400 gold almost. But I'm now at 19 AC, so it's going to be hard to bring me down. And I can't be critical.
Yeah, that's a good deal, right?
That's a
That's
heck
why I
of a
wanted
thing,
it.
yeah.
That's why I sold.
about
That's
you?
why I sold basically all I
What
had.
about you?
And that's why I put so much money into it. Do you want to be part of this? Yeah. I'm being quite serious. I mean, you want to. Gotta make sure you pay attention. This is going to be a heavy role playing, and we're on to.
That's what we've been doing the whole time.
Now that doesn't. I mean, I now use my I'll to put in my infection, my thunder gauntlet, stuff like that. But I will not have bonus reaction, stuff like that to be able to assist in combat. So I'll be a lot more in the combat. One of my bonus reactions is now I use a thunder whip to grab people and yank them to me. They try to pass me by,
Awesome.
which also causes them to get a disadvantage on anybody else they target other than me. So they're forced to attack me if they won't full hit. There's a lot of advantage to this class, which I want to get, but I only get it now.
Right.
The problem is I do still have major weaknesses, which I'm going to try to work on that later on.
Okay.
We had this problem with Sirius Zeph, who I suck against major magics.
Yeah.
It will completely outrage my ass. I don't have high charisma. I do decent with my wisdom, but my charisma's low, so any charisma magic. I technically anything that bypasses I might need to use intelligence for my strength saves dead, and makes me forced to use my strengths. I'm still gonna be fucking that. Dex and strength are still gonna be a problem now.
Right.
Most of the stuff can be supplemented because the armor takes my intelligence and use that strength. But will be things I will be able to bypass it, I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
So did you have a subclass that you chose at this level? Is that
Armorer. That's
Okay.
it's the armorer class. It's basically the Iron Man class for archer.
Well, I chose swashbuckler.
Yes.
So that means that I can't have opportunity attacks made against me when I melee attack, and I add my charisma on to my initiative.
Ooh, that's a really good one because
Yes, so I've got plus 10
reactions have changed in this. You can have more reactions.
Okay.
So that's actually quite
That's part of the
valuable.
hero rolled up too.
I have Pact of the Chain.
Are you getting your little minion?
Yep.
He's all in there.
I don't. Yeah.
These good scenes, don't
Nope. you
need
can't
to
see
sub
anyway.
three
So I gotta see
subclasses too.
I chose Beastmaster.
Will that mean anything more for your wolf? Being Beastmaster, I don't know.
It might. There might
I
be
would
some
assume there'd
kind
be
of
some-
bonuses
I don't know.
to-
I would
That's
assume
why I
the Beastmaster, the whole point of the Beastmaster, to get more bonuses to your animal.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have whatever left of that tongue dried.
Jerky.
Yeah, jerky lasts. A good idea on the dryness.
Yeah, like I said, I'll have to go through all my stuff and put it all in.
And I'm gonna buy a bunch of vegetables for my friend Stefanico for our journey.
Oh, yeah?
Have them dried.
So
Vegetable jerky.
So we have.
So they last in the desert.
Introduce you to
Sorry.
the person. This is Percival, my friend. He will be taking you to a material along with him to do a nice trade-off for gems and other goods. So just be there. Don't let him get hurt.
Are we just walking alongside the carriage, or will there be mounts provided?
Your body just walk.
Fine, we bought the captain of endless water to help with.
Good idea.
I'll thank them. They were the ones who made sure to purchase it.
So we're being introduced to Percival? Sorry. Percival, I am a virgin.
I know what you are.
You do?
I read many a book.
There's books on Verdun?
Dissection manuals.
Yeah.
Best
I
way
would
to
not be
reduce the
surprised,
years.
but excuse me, Percival, I don't mean any offense, but what are you?
I am a guarantee.
No, what else could it is an honor to meet you, Mr. Percival.
You are humanish and
Ish. Our time was originally produced to slip into society. That's what
okay.
Does normal members of your race not have humanoid look to them?
less humanoid, yes.
Understood. Make it more easy for you people. Make it less unsettling for them, I'm assuming.
Indeed.
It helps with negotiations if they see a person that's equal to them. Something that more ferocious might intimidate them or scare them, making negotiations harder.
I'm scared.
Don't
Are you-
go away, I'm vegetarian.
Stefanico likes
You
vegetables.
like Brussels sprouts? Oh, I love them with walnuts. So good.
I'll remember that
I like my
and have it dry.
some far
The desert. So are you partially a snake person?
I
I-
am what I am.
Again, I'm not trying to be horribly indelicate, but I probably am.
Come along with me, you'll get to meet my kind.
Oh,
You'll see what most of us are like.
okay. Do you ever meet Drumbore?
I have met him multiple times, yes.
Grumber's the Goblin Council member, correct?
From
Yeah.
Stonehill.
I was told by a halfling that he had servants who were goblin but not goblin. And considering how many times I've been mistaken for goblin but not a goblin, I thought that might be a
Verdun.
good idea that it might be Verdun.
We'll have to see if we can.
I can't say I've seen these servants, but
Well, if we do more jobs for the guild or the councils here, we might be able to get a chance to talk to them at least.
Okay. I'm horribly anxious to see this person.
Any
Or
idea-
these books.
I have a vast library.
Any idea of threats, bandits?
We're liable to face anything out there in the desert. I have a few guards along with us, just extra security, but
Oh, wow.
we should be fine.
I'll bring Cork. He'll probably like it. Cork. Cork?
Where in the hell did you get that? What is that?
No. He's invisible.
Oh, he's-
There's nothing there.
Oh.
I'm putting my hand on nothing.
Oh, I thought you had it now. You had the little.
I do.
But
He's invisible.
Oh, he is invisible?
He is invisible.
He's invisible later on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's invisible.
I don't see anything.
Ah,
Oh, hey!
Cork.
There's something
Punch
there.
her over there. I punch there.
I wish I had infrared at the moment.
No idea why I can't see him.
I can't see him either. But I know he's there. I can feel him.
humans have interior eyes.
Well, let's see if he's there. Let's see if he makes any noise.
Unfortunately, that's true in this situation.
You need magic eyes. Oh,
What? So, any kind
I
of
had no
engineer-
idea. You just need you just need magic eyes. Oh, see, I have magic eyes.
I'll work on making the technology, something from engineers, something.
Magic could do it.
Well, let's see
He-
if it's actually
He
there.
is a very confused human from a different continent, although he says he's from the gods, who believes that there's this super technology and that all of this technology is not magic when it's magic.
I'll work on
You should
that
see his
while
tent.
figuring out a way if
You should
would
see
like
his
to.
tent. He just goes beep, and there's a tent. It is magic.
I'll try to explain that if you
I'm
want to.
I'm
indulge in
sure
such a-
it's
I know
magic.
you'll probably disagree.
I'm sorry if I'm taking up your time. May I see your books?
Well, when we get back.
Oh, okay.
All right. Well, let's proceed then.
Lead you over to his caravan. And begin on your way. It's just a cart filled with something that's covered over.
We got a window.
Don't.
Oh, that's what's in there.
It's not curiosity killed the rabbit. It's curiosity killed the cow.
I'm more worried about him dislocating his jaw and just.
Meyer, come closer.
Like that scene from Anaconda with the hunter.
You ate a year's worth of dehydrated food. Everybody leave. Ow. Yeah, I'm gonna get the tongue dried in preparation. I'm gonna get plenty of vegetables for my friend here who I know likes vegetables, and walnuts because he just mentioned walnuts. And I'll have them dried because this is the desert. I'm sorry. They'll stew up, but it's the desert. They'll keep.
Person eats a whole watermelon.
That was pretty amazing.
Yeah, and then in a second, all the rind comes out.
Now I see why he considered it one of the best. Nope. Database entry record and copy.
Save that for later.
Yeah. Alright, well, I better activate this and see if it works. Give me a moment here. I'll come up with the thing. Magic armor.
Oh my collarbone!
Fighting the activation.
It takes a full minutes! Fireworks going off the back.
So he's an area destroying machine. He's these pyrotechnics. Magic.
Basically, the armor is going to reinforce itself. It's going to cover me, add a visor, helmet, and all that. So it's basically almost like a enemy stormtrooper armor, basically.
Okay. No, that's cool, dude.
The pompadour now has a metal red thing.
The adamantium is supposed to be like a dark green.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys mashing.
He's darker. He's a lot lighter than I am, though. I'll have to repaint it.
Interior of lime, exterior of lime. You don't have any pink spots. Or pink eyes. You need pink eyes.
I'll try to
And
get them.
purple freckles.
Pink eye I heard is bad for the demons.
It is. We keep trying to keep away from it. Alright. Ready to go.
I'm always ready.
I've got to get the vegetable jerky, but sure.
Proceed. This is going to be a long journey.
I would tighten up your sandals.
Especially if you have to walk.
It's about a day and a half.
Oh, okay.
For the water, regardless. So,
It should be hot.
Let us proceed.
Next time.
Next time.
Tune in next week as.
Puzzle smile.
I'm a goblin.
Tune in next week as he continues to smile.
Is there chewing involved, or does he just swallow it whole like a real snake?
Pretty much all those.
Hmm.